Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
All right, welcome into On the Pulse live from the Bella Arena in Copenhagen, Denmark. Day 2 of the World Fitness Finals. Day 1, we crossed borders. We were in Sweden in the pool, and then we came back here on the competition floor to wrap things up. We also ended with opening ceremonies as we honored hundreds of athletes here as they're getting set to take on the finals. 3 more days left of competition. We've had 4 days, which is different from the first 2 tour stops, but it's going to be an exciting competition. We're going to get some endurance. We're going to get a heavy lift today that everybody's super excited about. Let me introduce the group. I am Derek Forrest. From left to right, we have 2-time Games champion Annie Thorisdottir, 2 times Games champion Katrin Davidsdottir, and our North Star, always guiding us in the right direction. That is Seth Page, the co-owner of Jump Ship Training out in Hawaii. I know you love the nicknames every time.
I do.
All right, so we've got a full weekend of competition. We still have 7 more events remaining. We've had 2 workouts so far. Let's take a look at the weekend and the rest of what we've got. We've got Pro 3, Elite, or Team 3, and Team 4 and Pro 4. Endurance workout, Project 1, something that we have seen throughout Tour Stop 1 and Tour 2 and Tour Stop 2. The athletes will take that on, and then we've obviously have the max snatch, and then you see a busy Saturday as we're going to close things out on Sunday. But just quick thoughts on the day from every one of you. Annie, what are you excited about today?
Well, first off, I'm excited that the day is going to be so different from the first day that I think we're going to see a lot of changes that are going to be happening, as well as we have like the longest event we've had so far. It's a 50-minute time cap workout that we have, followed by the shortest event. So we're going to have long, gritty, and we're going to have explosive workouts. So I think first one is going to be uncomfortable. Second one is going to be scary.
Yeah, I just think I'm so excited to see the shifts on the leaderboard that are going to happen today, because we had a certain set of workouts yesterday, and then we are starting off with this long, gritty, grindy, just pure work ethic workout this morning, and then we're going to this high skill, high power output, powerful, explosive movement later today, and there's just the athlete that's going to perform well on each one of those is going to be so vastly different that I think we're going to really see some shifts on the leaderboard, and also maybe see the leaderboard settle in a little bit more to what we could possibly see at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think we're going to start to see some definition on the leaderboard. Those that are here to try to make their move and win this thing, and those that are here to make a move just to finish in the top 20 and finish their season. And I think those are 2 distinctly different paths that some of these athletes are taking. So, like you said, I think when the leaderboard starts to shake out at the end of day 2, we're going to start to understand some of these athletes' motivations.
Yes.
Yeah, so far, right now on the women's side, when we look at the Copenhagen standings, the way it sits, Amy Kringle sitting atop the leaderboard right now after day 1, followed by Ariel Owen and Emma Lawson. The way you guys speak, it seems like it could flip on its head after today, but right now, those are your 3 women in charge. You see the rest of the top 10 as well. And then, of course, we're still paying attention to our overall standings, obviously, because the biggest thing is not just crowning our World Fitness Champion, but also the 20 athletes who will be getting their pro card for the 2026 season. So there's 2 different races that we're going to be following all season long. In terms of what you guys are seeing so far on the women's side after day 1, any surprises? Anything that kind of stands out? Annie?
Not really what I would say surprises after the events that we've had so far, but I think we are going to see that shift. We have some of the top female athletes are on the top that we were expecting to be on the top. However, I think it stands out. Laura is in 6th place. I believe after today, she's going to be making a big climb up that leaderboard. I think it's going to be exciting to see how Amy is going to be able to hold on, or if someone is going to catch her. We don't have bad events for her today either. So Mrs. Consistency, if she's going to be able to stay close to the top, will be fun to see that race.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at that leaderboard, if you look at that left side, which is the top 15 spots, there really is, you see experience there. You see competitors that have been competing for a very long time versus spots 16 to 30. Those are newer to the sport, and I think that just speaks volumes. It's very exciting to see because the more times you compete, the more experience that you get, the more that you learn in on yourself, you learn how to compete better, you learn how to execute better, because that's a huge thing as an athlete. You might have so much potential, but without experience, you can't always compete to that potential. And so I see a lot of exciting things on that right side of the leaderboard, but it really does not surprise me that spots 1 to 15 are the most experienced in our sport.
Well, also, if you look at the leaderboard in the top 20, there's 5 or 6 ladies who are not signed pros that are currently sitting in qualifying positions for next season. So we're talking about a quarter of the field shifting at the end of the weekend if something like that were to hold. And obviously, there's a lot of room left for athletes who are just outside that top 20 to make moves. So, yeah.
What I also noticed on that leaderboard sitting in 22nd place is Hannah Black, who we could expect is going to make a big move after the 4th workout today, the max snatch. We expect her to make some, to put up some big numbers today and should get her above that cut line, which would be important for her as well.
But she also needs to do well in the workout before that, because if she doesn't do well in the endurance workout and then only does well on the snatch, then they're going to balance out and leave her about where she's at. So she has to come all the way through today.
Yes, sir. Certainly. All right. So we talk about workout 3. Workout 3, all the athletes are going to go through some type of version of Project 1, which we've been doing all season long at Tour Stop 1 in Indy and Tour Stop 2 in Mesa. So our competition reporter, Amy Bream, has more on Project 1.
We've seen the Project 1 workout throughout the entire inaugural season. It's been a community workout, it's been a part of fundraising events, and now we have the chance to see the pro athletes throw down the exact same workout in front of a live audience. I spoke with Will Morad for a bit of a bird's eye view on the workout itself, but also the purpose behind it all.
Project 1 is the World Fitness Project's hybrid initiative or hybrid workout that is our play on kind of what a High Rocks is, right? It's a low barrier to entry. Everybody in the fitness community can play. And we've done it throughout the year. We've done it at Tour 1, Tour 2. We just did activation with the Navy SEAL Foundation on Coronado Beach, which was really cool. We thought, how do we make this a little bit more aspirational to the community, right? It's a fun workout, everybody can do it. How do we give them a target for what's the best scores possible? So we brought it to the finals. The pros are gonna be doing it. 5'11", offered up some vests to make it a little bit harder for them. But yeah, it's really exciting to have it executed on this stage. So we'll see Friday morning what the guys and girls can do.
Obviously the pros are doing it. We've seen, like you said, community divisions and spectators come throughout the first 2 tour stops and be able to do it. Will they have the chance to do that on any other floor this weekend, or are we just watching the pros?
Yeah, so everybody can play. We're having them, I believe, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll have project runs running. Becca will be running them, who just did the Navy SEAL one, and he's been doing them around at all the tours. So everybody can compare their scores directly against the pros. I might even jump in and see what I can do in one of the community versions, so it should be fun.
But what would you say for someone who's brand new, they're coming in as a spectator, they kind of want to check it out, what can they expect in this workout? How should they expect to feel? Yeah,
it'll be a long aerobic workout. You can scale it. We have suggested weights and distances for all of the movements that are used in Project 1, but if you are very new to fitness and just kind of want to hang out with one of your friends, we can scale everything so it's as enjoyable as possible.
Yeah. I love that. So you're a newbie, it's doable to be able to do, and then obviously, like you said, we're watching the pros do it this weekend so we can see it executed at the highest possible level.
That's right.
Amazing.
All right, thank you very much, Amy and Will. And of course, we have our first endurance workout of the weekend, Project 1. They just touched upon it as well, but we're also going to get to lift heavy with a 1-rep max snatch to end the day. So Annie, when we come to you, in terms of your ABCs, what are some of the tips you're giving athletes today?
Well, I think what you would want to be focusing on is keeping your head, like where your head is in long events like this. So on last tour stop, we had the 2-mile run. Now this is the longest running event. However, it is broken up into 800-meter repeats. It's a longer run distance in total, but you have it broken up. So that makes it easier mentally to make this workout more fun, in my opinion. So for the runners, yes, they know how to break up maybe a longer, just a pure run event. But here, you can play mind games with yourself, trying to break it out to smaller things. Like I would look at this workout as a chipper, where you do 800-meter run, and then you got some machine, and then you got some farmer's carry, and then you got some step ups, and you can make small achievable goals, which makes this easier mentally, even though it's a longer event. And knowing that you get rid of the vest halfway through will also be like, once you get there, you're more than halfway and you're lighter. So it should be able to break it up and make it nicer for the athletes. Nicer. The importance of staying focused in an event like this is also like huge, because it's going to be so easy. I know you can make a mistake and you can make up for that mistake because you have a long time. However, it is so easy if you don't focus to lose track and to lose seconds. For example, in the step ups, if you go half a second slower per rep, you might not even feel it in your body like you're doing less work or that you're recovering, but you're gonna lose 30 seconds easily right there. So like keeping your head straight, also on the transitions, making sure those are crisp, knowing how to take the vest off, quick at picking up the back, like all of these small things are going to end up mattering. And then finally, focusing on the recovery. As soon as you finish, I know that you only have that one rep max snatch later on, but this is the second day. We got 2 more days. So making sure after an event like this, you're not gonna be able to restore all the glycogen storages in your body. However, you can help your body feel better for the rest of the weekend, which is gonna be key here, especially that more experienced athletes are gonna know when you finish your training. I think everyone at home also knows this feeling. When you finish a really hard session, your appetite kind of goes down, which is odd. It should be increasing, but then you just need to force it. You need to force down some carbs, you need to force down some protein, and then have a proper meal once you get that appetite up.
All right, so that means we need to transition to our picks for this workout for Pro 3. We're gonna start with the men. I'm gonna go with someone who's a grinder, but someone who's also good at running, and I think he'll be able to, you talk about all that lactic acid and all that stuff, be able to kind of eat that up. Roman Krinikov is gonna be my pick for this one.
I think it's a great pick. My pick is gonna be Ricky Garrard for this one. He is just one of those athletes that thrives with suffering. It's like he can go to that dark place and he can continue to move and grind through. He's a great runner, and I think he's going to be able to keep his head and just like push through all the machines and the sandbag.
I think those are phenomenal picks, and there were a lot of men that came to my mind of who I think could win this, and I think an endurance event, adding in the vest plus the machines, it is going to be, I think some of the bigger guys will have a slightly more advantage, and then it's very hard for me to bet against James Sprague on this. Also just winning the 1,000 box step-ups for time, I think he's proven against this field that he wins these types of events.
Yeah, Kat, I think you're being way too nice to them. Their picks are terrible because James is really the only option here. If you were going to throw in a wild card, if Jeff Adler was at his peak, you might give Jeff a nod here, but it's going to be James. So, yeah.
I think Jelle Hoste might also do really good in this event.
Sure, do good, but we're picking winners here. It's James.
Fair. Let's just see, Seth.
Okay, let's see.
All right, let's move our attention to the women's side of things. I'm going with Emma Tall. She's had an outstanding competition at all 3 tour stops. I believe she's sitting in 5th place right now in the season overall standings. She's currently sitting in 4th here. I'm going to go with Emma Tall to win Pro 3. I'm
going to go with Laura Hovarth on this. She knows she needs to pick up points. She has proven to be really good at running lately, and she can grind through. She's great on the machines. She's got the right headspace for it, so she's going to take the win.
So I'm going with Emily Rolfe on this one. Same as James, she did win the 1,000 box step ups her time. She has not been winning these types of workouts. I would say for about the past year and a half. She has not been at the top, but my gut is leaning towards she will take it today. I think she wants to prove, no, she is the queen of endurance. No, she is the queen of these types of workouts, and she wants to prove that.
Yeah, I'm picking Amy Kringle, and basically, if I just think back to Tour Stop 2, the look on her face of determination when she was running that 2 mile against the pack, if she gets a lead early on, nobody will be able to challenge her. Not even Emma Lawson, who went toe-to-toe with her for that full 2 mile, will be able to keep up with her when it comes to the other implements and her being able to use her strength on things. So I think Amy Kringle's going to take the win.
I'm so excited to see how this turns out. I'm getting butterflies in my stomach thinking about it.
Serious.
Yeah.
If there's one note I can add for production in the back, we need to be keeping a running tally of who's been winning these things.
That would be so fun at the end
we need to go
across
back
the whole year
and figure out.
because I'm not doing good so far.
Well, we're in the same boat.
Fair enough.
100%. We're in the same boat. All right. So now that we've talked about day 2, day 1 was also still exciting as well. We're going to check back in with our competition reporter, Amy Bream, as she has a recap from day 1.
Day 1 for elite teams has wrapped up, and what a day it was. We started the morning nice and early in Sweden for a 2-part swim workout. Part A consisted of an 800-meter swim, with each athlete swimming 200 meters each. We saw a couple of different strategies here, but ultimately Team Krieger Vivid pulled out the overall workout win, being one of only 2 teams who managed to finish within the 12-minute time cap of Part A. They placed first in Part B of Workout 1, which incorporated ski and bike ergs along with a shorter distance swim for team pairs. After Workout 1, all elite teams made their way back here to Bella Center in Copenhagen, Denmark for Workout 2. And this was a completely different test of fitness, consisting of short rope climbs, synchro burpee box jump overs, and somewhat heavy squat cleans. There was a 20-minute time cap for this workout, but make no mistake, this was a full send for the top teens. Team Invictus International ended up taking the workout win by a full minute, with CrossFit Helts Maiwai from Norway coming in second. The overall winner after day 1 is Team Krieger Vivid, but like I said yesterday, this is going to be a fight for a podium spot between these teams, so be sure not to miss it.
All right, thank you very much, Amy. The teams are going to be the first ones up as they're going to take on their version of the Project 1 workout. That is Team Workout 3. Seth, we're going to start with you. In terms of what the athletes need to do, because there's a lot of work, how are they approaching this workout?
Yeah, so just quick explanation how it's going to work. You're going to have 2 members of the team doing 800-meter runs while the other 2 are working on the chipper you see below there on the screen. Wherever they're at after the 800-meter run, you're going to switch, okay? So you're going to go through that 6 times. The way we anticipate this finishing is that more than likely that chipper is going to be complete before the 6th 800-meter run is complete. So the way it's going to finish more than likely is an insane foot race with 2 people to finish a all-out 800-meter sprint, and there'll probably be multiple teams in a similar position going through that. So realistically, it's a grind until the finish turns into a probably mad sprint, so could be exciting.
Kat, what are your thoughts on this workout?
I think it's the same as for individuals. There's no escaping the work here. And teams, very often you might have to go more intensity because you're getting some rest. In this one, you're not getting any rest. You're either running or you're working hard on the chipper. And I think Seth's spot on with you need to make an accurate estimation of which part is going to take longer to know, do we actually need to put our strongest runners out and focus on that and maybe pull back a little bit more on the chipper, or are we focusing on the chipper? And so if the run is going to take longer, you're going to want to have them really be pushing hard on that run, making sure that that's where we're making up time, and then maybe pulling back and focusing on breathing a little bit on the chipper side of things.
Yeah, the sled dog loves this event.
Sled dog loves to run.
Annie, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think overall, so often in team events is going to be the weakest link that kind of slows everything down. And most often it's going to be maybe that weakest woman that slows down the team. Here, I love that we have an event where we have teamwork is going to pay off. So there is a strategy to it. It might be hard I'm curious to see how it is going to be to follow this workout, watching it. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the teams are going to do, because there is a plan and there is a strategy that's going to pay off. And if they're going to finish the chipper sooner, then maybe you're actually going to leave a little bit of the chipper, and just the people that are finishing with the 800-meter sprint, they're maybe not going to be doing any work on the floor, and just leave a little for the people that come in. Like, that makes this workout fun and interesting.
One quick thing, too, that I love to see in these type of events, when you have two partners working together, you have one partner who's a little faster, and they put their hand on the back of the other one, and they pull them right across the floor with them. So I'm looking forward to see which partner decides to pull the other partner, push the other partner along. Always an entertaining thing to watch.
Yeah, and we've actually already seen that in day one in the team competition already.
During transitions, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to do it for this edition of On the Pulse Live here in Copenhagen, Denmark. We just previewed the team, and they are going to be the first up, so we're going to send it over to the competition floor where Jeremy Austin and the crew have the call.
Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Day 2 of the World Fitness Finals, the inaugural season of the World Fitness Project for 2025. Hello and welcome. We are live from Bella Arena in Copenhagen as we cast our attention to the elite teams for our second day of competition. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez with you. An epic day one with some awesome results of some of our most experienced in the field. And Krieger teams separating the Invictus International team. But Team Fleck not out of contention just yet. 3 big days to come, Tommy.
Yeah, and we saw a mix of performances yesterday. You know, some teams excelled inside the pool. Talking to some of the Invictus International crew, maybe it wasn't going to be their best showing in the morning, but able to rally and have a pretty dominant performance in Elite Team 2 to kind of set the tone for the rest of the way once we got inside the Bella Arena.
And I caught up with Chandler and Jesse Smith at breakfast this morning, and I did note to Jessie, I said, hey, I didn't mention you guys too much in the pool yesterday. And she goes, hey, that's quite all right. We didn't do as well as we'd hoped, but they are still in with a great spot and a great shot of this title, sitting in second position. But Team Krieger Vivid, they're on fire.
Yeah, and they have some very experienced athletes competing from across Europe, a multitude of individuals, former teams, high-level competitors in a multitude of formats, whether it's IF3, whether it's the World Fitness Project here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be talking about them and Invictus International all weekend long as the two teams to beat. They have, as far as individual talent, they have probably the deepest roster. And then they also have the mix of having spent some time competing alongside of each other, training alongside of each other. And that's going to be tough to beat for everyone else.
It certainly will. It's a big schedule. Today we start at 9 a.m., which is not too far away before we get to our pro men and women for pro number 3, which is our Project 1 workout. And that is going to be a fairly intensive one. It's going to be fairly long as well. And as we truck through our second day of competition, it's weird thinking about 3 days of competition, but going out to 4, we're not really at that moving day yet, but this is a really good chance for the teams and individuals later on to start making a move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, if you look at just the first 2 of the first 3 tests in this kind of workout slate for all of the World Fitness Finals, you're going to have this Project 1, which is a lot longer, a little bit more of a grind for some of these athletes, and then you have the pool. It's an interesting blend to start this 4-day weekend. So you're going to see quite a bit of shuffling, I think. And then the leaderboards start to level out as we get more consistent inside the arena. We see a little bit more of the, we'll say, inside the gym type workouts, if you will.
Grithouse with one of those results that they need to improve upon, taking a 17th on 1A yesterday, 1B, which was an 8th, and then a 7th to finish things off for the day. But I think they're going to be ones that are going to be moving with a workout specific to what you're talking about. And elite team number 3, the workout, and it's got a fairly intensive run up to it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have probably done this type of format in their gym. You're going to split up into pairs. One pair is going to be knocking down the 800-meter run, while the other pair is doing quote-unquote work inside the gym like we're used to. And then once they get in from the run, you flip-flop until the team has completed 6 800-meter runs as a whole, and then the team as a whole has also completed all of the work inside that little chipper in the arena.
Sorry to state Captain Obvious here, but we're talking about close to a 5-kilometer run in the entirety for the team workout number 3 for the morning. So it is fairly intensive as we bring our elite teams out onto the competition floor.
Lane number 8, the Sisu Vikings. Lane number 9, Tactica Ordea. And in lane number 10, Emma 4, you. Lane number 11, Bell Reynolds. 2 minutes.
Teams entering the competition floor. It is close to 9 a.m. local time here in Copenhagen. And our lane assignments for the first of our elite team. This is workout number 3. A number of our teams that did pretty well in the pool yesterday. It was really a shuffle. Some did really well in the pool and not so well on the competition floor here later, and flip-flop for the reverse. So it's going to be an interesting one, considering it's going to be such a long duration workout to start things off for day number 2.
You could see this squads in lane 7 and 8. That's CrossFit Smejan and Sisu Vikings.
Had a great shot from overhead.
And Sisu Vikings is one of the the teams, you mentioned the kind of back and forth between 1A and 1B and Elite Team 2. They actually flip-flop within the framework of that swim event.
They certainly did.
They did much better in just the pure swim test, but then when you had to start blending the components and some transitions between work on the erg, it's when they started to struggle.
16th on 1A for the Sisu Vikings and a 31st on 1B. Maybe that increased lactate threshold and the fatigue just kicking in a little bit. And then finishing in 27th for second workout of our first day of competition yesterday. Underway, a 25-minute cap, as Tommy did mention, and 6 800-metre runs. And they are going to start with a 60 cal bike. Now, your team captain, Tommy, you've got to strategize this to the best of your experience that you've used over many years. And is it a fact of putting your fast runners first? Is it trying to get through the first component of the Concept 2 bike erg first? But it is going to come down to strategy, and the blueprint is going to be an absolute masterstroke if you can nail this. And it is a blueprint presented by 511.
Yeah, anytime you have a big chipper like this, mentally I like breaking it up into miniature milestones along the way, right? Like give yourself small goals within what can feel like this massive laundry list of movements. And each time you hit one of those goals, it's kind of a mental boost for you, especially if you're sticking to a time frame, and it allows you to kind of keep the mental focus on point throughout. And then at some point, as we get into these longer time durations, you're going to have to kind of make that peace with yourself that you have to grind. It's not going to feel any better. You're not going to recover anymore. You're just going to have to keep your nose to the grindstone and keep pushing.
And a great shot of the turnaround points. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's going to wear a little thin, I reckon, towards the back end of the sixth and final run.
Just a little Christmas cheer.
Oh,
I love it.
You got to give him something.
Listen, sorry, Santa, but when the train's coming, you got to get off the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already seen some teams holding hands through this first run.
Do what you got to do, and it's a good way probably to keep pace.
Yeah, for sure, especially if one athlete has a tendency to maybe drift a little bit in terms of pacing. We've seen in the team competition in the past, they've given teams rope, leashes, like litters to hold on to, just to kind of keep the teams in unison. But
and 2 minutes and about 50 seconds. So that's not a bad start for the first 800-meter run.
some teams already choosing to leave their implements early and stand by ready for the run. I think some teams basically got through that first set of 60 calories on the Concept 2 and decided it wasn't worth doing the extra farmer's carry and risk having the other team wait. So maybe cutting the work short just a little bit in anticipation of their teammates coming in.
Adventure ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511. Scan that QR code on your screen. Explore our collection of technical sports apparel, innovative training gear that allows you to train efficiently no matter where you are. And running through a convention center at Bella Arena, probably something that these athletes didn't think they would be doing.
Just a nice little jaunt exploring the whole footprint of this beautiful arena here.
And those of you who are just joining us, the Bella Convention Center, the arena, it is gigantic.
It's enormous. And I'm not going to lie, it's pretty awesome. The multiple venues here and just the layout has been fantastic. Awesome hosting center for sure.
Had my tour when I got here on Tuesday, and I had to have another tour on the Wednesday, so I knew where I was going because I didn't remember anything from Tuesday. But we're there. It might have been a bit of jet lag.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's an issue with the venue, Jeremy, but it's okay. You were probably in a different time zone at that point.
I think I'm on track now. The Farmers Carry is done. All of our teams inside the arena onto the 60 cal ski. And probably one of the best components of this is the work rest ratio that the teams can experience once they do get involved in the work on the competition floor rather than the run. So they do get a 1 in 4 rest.
Yeah, and it's really kind of the only place when you're inside the arena that you do get that break in this interval style, right? Because most of these teams are going to they're going to have to run together. There's always going to be someone working on the machine. So you really have to take advantage of your rest. And really, you can game this really well if you're smart with your interval protocol that you have when you're working away on this chipper.
And the tagging continues. And it's been awesome to see the number of elite teams that have traveled great distances to be here, a lot from Europe, and that makes a lot of sense. But we have got some teams that have traveled great distances to be here. 35 teams in all. This is the first of our 3 heats. Our next run coming. The feed sack step-overs.
I'm going to have to call my gym owner and tell him to get those feed sacks with the grips on them. I like those handles.
I don't know if the farmers are going to be too impressed with handles on your feed sacks.
Yeah, that might not be something that's employed in the field, but makes these step overs just a little bit nicer.
Team Tactical back out on their run.
But it does make a difference for these athletes, being able to keep the hands a little bit lower, not having to have the arms hiked up and holding on to the feed sack, and just puts that chest and shoulder position into just kind of a funky spot. Makes breathing more difficult.
Krieger World out there as well. Dino Smage on camera just before. Part of our individual competition, tour stop number 2. And I bet he's rubbing his hands together when he gets to grab that heavy barbell later this afternoon.
Yeah, we have a lovely spa facility here with steam room and sauna, and I had a little chat with Dino and Luca.
There's Dino right there.
In the sauna yesterday, and they were talking strategy about this workout in particular, and he seemed pretty excited, and when he got into the nitty-gritty, he switched languages so I couldn't hear. So
of course he did.
That tells you he was onto something.
I think he managed to hit a 150 snatch just recently. And that feed sack causing some issues with balance.
See the crew from Tactical working through their 800 meter.
And here we see another all teams coming back in. Another run.
So Lane 11 Barbell Rebels was the first team to the box stepovers. And that's, I think, one of the interesting wrinkles when it comes to this dual part chipper the team, you know, on the floor can crush the chipper, but if you have teammates falling behind on the run, you're just going to be standing there waiting there. But I guess the byproduct is you will get a little bit more rest if you complete it early.
Sisu Vikings making their way to the 60 cal row. And you go through this list of components. Look at the bike, farmer's carry, the ski, the feed sack step overs, the row, and the sandbag hug. Which one's the nastiest? To me, that jumps out is that sandbag hug with fatigue.
For sure. I mentioned a second ago how nice the handles are to keep the upper torso in a good position to breathe, to brace. With that hug, the shoulders roll forward, your thoracic is curled forward, and it's just not a comfortable position to, you know, try and breathe and recover and kind of manage that weight.
For those of you just joining us, this is Elite Team 3 on the second day of competition here at Bella Arena, Copenhagen. And a big 25-minute time cap and a lot of work to get done.
Right now, the teams are working through that chipper, currently on the 60-calorie C2 rower. After that, they'll move on to a 120-meter sandbag hug carry, while the other pair is out on their 800-meter run. That sandbag, they're going to pick up 68 kilos and 45 kilos. Put a nice little bow.
And that's decent. Decent weight.
Oh, yeah. It's also just awkward, too. Particularly as you get the heavier sandbag, there's more fill in it. So it doesn't have as much give, which gives you a little bit of real estate in terms of grabbing and actually connecting your hands around the sandbag.
Anything more awkward than that is Santa's dancing style right now at the turnaround point.
What are the odds that Santa keeps his cap throughout all this?
I think Santa's going to be hitting the turf pretty quickly once the second and third heat come out. Things heat up a little. Different strategies employed for this step over, especially with load on your shoulders. Is it a short step, a long step across the box, and a step down? Fear. Our leading team on the run, and no fear. Absolutely going after it. And we saw that in the pool yesterday.
That name could go either way. Are they telling us that they don't have fear, or maybe that they
do have fear?
Yeah. Well, we should fear them.
Let's make sure they keep us guessing right across the 4 days of competition. An 800-meter run is one where you've specifically got a pace. You can't sprint that. It's just going to be too long. And you've got to make sure you've got enough in the tank for when you get back. The Sisu Vikings and CrossFit Smedgen are our two teams with the bear hug. Bear hug now complete.
So it's going to be Barbell Rebels and Tactical, your top two teams, as they are making a move on the sandbag bear hug carry. So your two are Barbell Rebels and Tactical.
Past our halfway point of our 25-minute time cap. And our third workouts of the competition. This is Elite Team 3, proudly presented by 511.
Looks like both Lane 11 Barbell Rebels and Lane 10 M4U are on that sandbag hug carry.
It's a real separator, and knowing how best to pace yourself, whether or not you get ahead like you mentioned, or you pace it specifically so when we get the runs, it's a really easy transition.
Yeah, you know, if they're feeling good on the chipper and they have no issue just, you know, knocking that time out, if you're looking here and they still have another run for that pair, they're getting a good amount of rest before they start their last run. They may be a little bit behind, but they're coming into that last run fresh. Ideally, you want to be probably in the lead when it comes to the run specifically, just because that's kind of setting the pace as far as the rotations are concerned. And the sooner you get into those rotations, the better.
Well, if you think about a 5 kilometre run, it's going to take, in pairs, it's probably going to take you roughly about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the bulk of the work, because I don't think the other components on the floor are going to take that long.
No, so it really comes down to not just wasting yourself in the work inside the arena to really hamper the runs and put you behind the 8 ball there.
Process Medjan back for the bear hug of the sandbag. They come down the floor. Lane number 7. Turnaround points just where the Concept 2 bike ergs are set up on the far left of your screen. Now talk to me about strategizing with the other teams around you and how to keep an eye on what they're up to if you are going to be pacing off one of the other teams, because it's difficult.
Yeah, and at some point you start to kind of fall into the rhythm. I know that every time we go out on the run, this is the pair that we're looking at, right? And given that the work in the arena on this chipper isn't going to take the full amount, and you're going to be left with some running on the back end, that's really kind of going to be your anchor. As long as you can manage the distance each time, so every time you go out into the run, you can see, all right, who are the athletes in front, who are the athletes behind? Is that distance growing or shrinking every time we go out into this run through these 3 intervals per pair? That's going to be your guide, really. And the 3 teams on your screen right here all started the run together. They were all leaving their corrals at the exact same time, and you could already see some separation starting to grow.
Bit of ushering going on the right of your screen as well. Sisu Vikings waiting patiently, and CrossFit Smedjan at the end of their lane to the far left. They were your first 2 teams to complete all of the work. One Method are there as well, and they switch out right now. So One Method look like they are on their final run. Butcher's Lab, Triple X in lane 1, also finished the top left of your screen.
Just a few more teams left on this chipper. Lane 10, M4U and Barbell Rebels were the first to finish the chipper. Their athletes are waiting on the left-hand side of your screen in their corral for their runners to finish.
In the pacing game, this is something they're going to have to have practiced so they know what their pacing's got to be at to finish efficiently for both portions. Or as you said, get the chipper done, give yourself that adequate rest, and for the last 800-meter run, you can really start to go for it. And Fear. That was a tight one between Fear and CrossFit Bath. I'm going to put my flag in the sand and say it was Fear by a smidgen.
So you're going to see the athletes make that turn into their lane and cross the yellow line. That's going to be the finish.
Who is going to be next? Yes, and lane number 2,
And Sisu Vikings head out for their final run. And more teams coming in. So you might have got the chipper done quicker than everybody else, but it all comes down to pacing both aspects.
Yeah, and with the run taking longer, it seems like the top teams were willing to hammer the run a little bit more, sacrifice some time on the chipper, and still walk away with the top time.
We got a few more teams going for the run. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a warm up and make some noise.
Getting close to that 20-minute mark. A number of athletes choosing to jump back onto the Concept 2 bike erg and start cooling down a little. Try and flush out that lactate.
And here we can see One Method making their way.
One Method are about to finish up as well. They're in lane number 4. And One Method come in. Still 4.5 minutes.
And if you look at the big screen, we see one of the two other teams still hoping for that run.
Final run coming. All teams well and truly getting under that 25-minute time cap. And a completely different workout to what we saw yesterday, not just here on the competition floor, but also over in Helsingborg yesterday morning. Yes, there were some ergs over at the pool, but completely different setup.
Yeah, and I think the swim was much more of the linchpin yesterday. And once we were in the arena, the body weight, the gymnastics, the barbell, very different tests than what you get here with the longer drawn out workout.
Sisu Vikings, great finish. And we've got a mad dash for our final two teams. It is Butcher's Lap. And they get over that yellow line.
Ooh. Got to get across the line. Female athlete turned the corner and then stopped. Her teammates had to remind her to a few more steps.
And a crazy old workout number 3 to start things off for day 2 of competition here at Bella Arena. We are in Copenhagen and we're going to stay here till the end of competition on a Sunday evening. Our first heat of our elite teams in the bag.
Athletes, congratulations, amazing work.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Impressive performance, a lot of work to get completed and a fairly hefty time cap to boot. Impressed with your first heat of your elite teams for day 2?
Yeah, not too bad. Good management of the run. We saw a few teams really fly on those 600-800 meter lengths. And
hefty run, like 4.8 kilometers.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of running, a lot of swimming, a lot of machine work through these first 3 workouts.
There sure has been. But let's head down to the competition floor for the first time and the third member of our team, Amy Bream.
All right, we have just finished up a grueling event 3. You guys don't even look that tired. How did that workout feel? What expectations did you guys have for yourselves, knowing that the 4 of you have never competed before?
I think we were just going in with the idea that we wanted to push on the run because we have 2 strong runners, and then we knew these 2 guys could pull it out of the hat today as well.
Definitely. And I feel like in competition, day one feels obviously like competition, but there's so many nerves. You get, a little bit of an adrenaline dump. How does it feel going into day two? Feel more confident? Do you have different strategies for the rest of the weekend?
I definitely think we're a little bit more prepared today than we were yesterday. We're not very good swimmers, so running definitely became a little bit more of a strength than swimming. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if swimming isn't your deal, that's great because you got that done. Do we have a particular event that you're looking forward to over the next 3 days?
I mean, I was most looking forward to this one, so it's unfortunate that's done now. But we're looking forward to the gymnastics one tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Well, you're looking forward to this one, and it worked out pretty well for you. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Anton, Freya, Emma, and Rasmus. Fear. You better start fearing them, they're coming. As is heat number 2 coming up next.
Yeah. She can, that's, I was like, she can do it. She has to. She didn't say what's up.
Number 1, North and Heavy. With these extra colors for lane number 2, Team Butcher's Lab Ribeye. And lane 3, Left D. Lane 4, Dedicates Programming 2.0.
This is Roger, so I'm trying not to get into that.
Lane number 5, the last of the Vikings. They look like Jehovah, lane number 6, Zeus and Copenhagen. Lane number 17, RX Performance Fliege. In lane number 8, Sunset Pullman Unit. Please give up for Team TBD. In lane number 10, we got the Teenagers. Hold on, 8 here, I should believe lane 11, Zeus versus Himmer. And last but not least, lane number 12, we got Team Benheim Divergent.
Our second heat's coming onto the competition floor here at Bella Arena, Copenhagen. And our lane assignments. One team I am going to have my eyes on. Really anything with a team name with Krieger in it draws my attention immediately. And lane number 7, Matthias, Andreas, Leah, and Ingrid. With a good finish yesterday in workout number 2. And probably one of those teams with the most experience. And it counts for everything when you're coming into high-level competition like this.
Yeah, and you've seen them slowly and steadily improve with each workout. 1A, 23rd in the pier swimming test. Started to mix in some machines worked up to 15th, 11th last night to close day one, starting to gain a little steam here. And they're one of the teams that's right on the border of pushing up into that top 10. So a good opportunity for them to kind of establish themselves back in the top heat.
There's Ingrid Tondel on screen, part of the Team RX Performance Krieger. And just a good splattering of Krieger athletes right throughout all of our divisions. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that top 10 you mentioned. How important as an athlete is it to get into that top or that final heat?
I really do think it's a priority for a lot of them, just because those are going to be, as the weekend goes along, those are the clearly established elite within the framework of this competition specifically. And you want to be pulled along and have the advantage of working alongside the best to help pull a better performance out of you as well. And be shoulder to shoulder with the people you're chasing or being chased by on the leaderboard, so you have a better litmus test of what you need to do in each test.
You had me at just because.
Ah.
Just because. I just want to get in there.
I thought it was you had me at hello.
Yeah, something similar. We get underway. It is our third workout of the competition, our first of today, and a hefty 25-minute cap as our athletes start their progress through the Bella Convention Center here in Copenhagen. Great to have your company wherever you're joining us. This is workout number 3 and 2 components. And how good is that? Come on.
I love it. Light the way. We lost Santa, though.
Oh, Santa's gone. He has. Maybe they're going to change it up for each heat.
Oof, party foul.
Oh, well, lucky Santa wasn't there at the turnaround point.
You see the pairs on the 800-meter run. The teams will complete 6 in total, while the other pair is inside working through the 60-calorie C2 bike, 120-meter dumbbell farmer carry, 60 calories on the skier, 60 feed sack box step overs, 60 calories on the row, and then a sandbag bear hug carry. And within that, the framework of this chipper and these runs, you want to set some mini milestones, some objectives within the bigger picture that you can kind of knock down and check off the list, give yourself a little bit of a boost and keep you on task. And then at some point, I think really when it comes down to the final couple of runs, you're going to have to grind. You're going to be tired. It's not going to be comfortable, but you're going to have to keep your nose to the grindstone and put one foot in front of the other.
Making that switch. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Our first athletes making their way back in. Run 1. Wrap a bow on that one. Put it to bed or under the tree, wherever you like.
Because Snowbird here, lane number 7, Team RX Performance, getting ready to go on the run.
Athletes having to wait.
I saw some of the guys pushing their teammates. I see Adam pushing the leader from Futures.
And pretty tight.
And the first team in front of that one was
Yeah, it looks like Stensid, Bowman, and Mjolnir were the first team to swap out after the first 800-meter run. In that first heat, there was a couple of teams that got through the chipper first, but what it came down to was being able to finish the run because the total time for that was longer than the chipper.
Is that a matter of pushing too hard on the chipper? You haven't got enough energy for that run, so your time gets a little bit slower on that run?
I think it's a little bit of a vicious cycle, right? If you maybe you push a little hard on the chipper, it slows your run, or you weren't going hard enough on the run, so you had a little bit more energy to knock out the chipper quicker. Either way, probably didn't set you up for the most success, but it's also the benefit of being in the later heat, right? You can see some of the results play out on the competition floor, especially with these longer heats. There's more time in the back for you to observe, right? There's not the fast turnaround time between heats. where you're in the corral, you don't get to get some of that intel from the previous heat.
Santa grew a little bit.
Ah. Put on a judge's shirt.
So if you're strategizing this, the way I'd be going about it is we've got to get these runs done as fast as possible, then get to work when you're back at the chipper.
Yeah. And your leader on the run, Stenset, Bowman, and Mjolnir, still in celebration mode after winning the IF3 World Championships just a couple of weeks ago.
Quentin and Laura
what better
leading the charge.
What better way to celebrate, right, than another competition?
Just keep going. I was talking to someone yesterday at Helsingborg in the pool, and just about Roman Krenikov and how he just continues to thrive on doing competition after competition. And he's competed so much this year, but just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, so for some people, they just like to compete.
Adventure ready gear for those who challenge at what's possible. 511, just scan that QR code on your screen.
Looks like we had a brief but quick leadership change. Lane 8 and lane 9 kind of towards the front. That was TBD.
That seems to be the two lanes that are doing better from our first heat and in our second heat now. Sort of that mid-pack area. But you will find with our structure of our heats, the higher the teams on the leaderboard, you're going to find them in the middle lanes.
And with this expanded heat, those middle lanes will shift, right? We're used to lane 5 and 6 with these 15-lane heats now. Kick over a few spots. It's interesting you mentioned about competing a lot. I had a conversation with Dan Bailey, CrossFit legend, a few years ago, and how he felt like he was able to make the most progress consistently on the competition floor. He was never an in the gym progress type guy. His training numbers were never quite comparable to what he was able to do under the adrenaline and pressure of competition. So he liked to compete. It's a good way of, pushing the limits and maybe expanding upon it to take back to your training later on down the line.
What better way to take yourself out of your comfort zone than to keep testing yourself that way?
Yeah.
A big day coming. It is day number 2 of the World Fitness Finals, the inaugural season of the World Fitness Projects for 2025. And it all finishes up here in the next 3 days. We've got so much to get through. And you can feel the excitement. All the athletes staying at the hotel, breakfasting at the same place we are, and you just feel the vibe. Jack Farlow, I ran into him this morning at breakfast, and he was so excited about his finish in the pool yesterday.
Yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, right? Because obviously the hotel and the venue and the accommodations here are fantastic. We're all kind of in one big place. The breakfast hall is massive, right? So
it's like summer camp.
Yeah, it feels like it has a summer camp type feel to it where you wake up every morning, grab some eggs, everybody sits and has a chat, kind of talks about what you're going to do for the day.
Stenset, Bullman and Molnier are going to be our first team to turn. Lane 8, they will be turning into.
One of the runners there, Julian, a level 1 masters athlete. Actually, not like myself anymore. I'm since aged up.
You've removed yourself from that.
mistaken, this is the 4th run. I see some of the teams going for the 4th-time run.
Zeus Fondle Gym. Head back out. And the increase from tour stop 2 from our elite team competition to our finals, the accelerator's gone down.
See one of the pairings on your right side, the male athlete just has the hand on the back of his partner, just keeping her on pace.
We're still waiting for that judge's hand to hit the sky. I tell you what, we can see Anita from the Tan team pushing on strong.
Team Vanheim Divergence starting to make a move. Coming up to the 10-minute mark.
Most of the teams working through the feed sack box step overs. And I think after seeing how Heat 1 played out, nobody's really trying to win this section.
You've noticed a drop off considerably.
Yeah, everyone kind of has grouped together and just kind of steady work, right?
They know they're going to have enough time at the back end, so they can just ease off a little and just get the work done at a reasonable pace.
And no sense spiking the heart rate, adding any additional fatigue for these runs.
Julian there in the black shirt. Now, Tommy, here's something else I'm going to throw at you as well. When was the last time you ran on tiles?
It's been a hot minute. It's a little bit different, for sure.
And have they practiced running on tiles? Probably not. Probably a little bit more forgiving than concrete, or maybe not.
It's a firm surface. I think after the first run, you kind of get a feel for how it's going to impact your foot striking, your positioning on the run.
And we've got a good battle up front. 3 teams, you can throw a blanket over them.
We've seen a little bit of a back and forth, a couple of lead changes here. At Team TBD, Team RX Performance Krieger, Team Vanheim Divergent, kind of pushing back and forth. And so you saw some athletes really make a push as they got into the arena. Well, they're not all running to the same spot in terms of getting back to their lane. So if you're one of the teams that has an earlier lane, you can pull even with a couple of teams in the further lanes and know that when you make that turn to go into the finish line, you naturally have a 5, 10, 15-meter advantage.
Coming up to the halfway mark of our 25-minute cap. It is workout 3 for our elite team competition. 35 teams vying for those 3 podium spots. And
the Vikings making the switch as well. But they are going to include that rubber and Tan team. Number 3.
a lot of work to get done on this chipper, and also a lot of distance to get covered on that run.
1,300.
See athletes working through that big chipper. On the 60-calorie C2 row, they'll move on to a 120-meter sandbag hug carry. But as a team, they're going to have to complete in pairs 6 800-meter runs, tagging off and switching between stations. 25-minute cap hasn't factored in the first heat, so plenty of time to get the work done.
Another jug pad up in the air right here in lane number 4 for the pace programming 2.0. Lovely final calories, lane number 3.
RX Performance Krieger in chase mode on the right of your screen. Ingrid and Matthias just trying to stay in touch. And I don't mind chasing at that point because you know exactly what pace you need to hold.
One of the teams that was pushing for the lead on that last run, Team TBD, kind of seems to be throttling down a little bit on this chipper here. Maybe just conserving a little bit of energy for that run.
Well, knowing they're at the second last component of the chipper, and you look at the scores from the previous heat, which are around that 20-minute mark, they've got so much time. They've got 5.5 minutes still just to do the bear hug.
More than enough time to get that work done. No sense in emptying the tank here.
Now 1 and 2 on their way back in.
This is going to be Armix Performance making their way in. So you can see lanes number 12.
Vanheim Divergence and Team RX Performance. Krieger, good battle up front with those two.
Yeah, something to note, Vanheim Divergent first to make this swap for that next run. They are on the far lane, so all the way, when they make the final turn, they have to go all the way down the field of play to get to their lane. Something that Lane 7 RX Performance, who is in second, could take advantage of. They know that, hey, I pull even with them, I'm going to have an advantage inside the arena. So a little bit of possible gamesmanship. Giving yourself, that kind of goes back to giving yourself that mini milestone. If I know, hey, they're going to have to run further to their lane, I just got to set up a checkpoint of pulling even with them. I don't have to pass them.
16 down, 9 remaining on our time cap. And Team Vanheim Divergent, they are close to the bottom of your screen. Battling out with Team RX Performance, Krieger and Tondel. Just turning now at the bike ergon on her way back. She's in the center of the screen in lane number 7.
You can see the fatigue really pouring in on Team TBD right there. The male athlete really struggling.
Our run leaders, Team Vanheim Divergence, Team RX Performance, Krieger, and Team TBD. Keep in mind that our leaders on the competition floor right now will be done with the chipper component very shortly. And he's going to come down to the final 800-meter run. And Team RX Performance, Krieger, are ready to go. They are the first team finished with the chipper. And now they wait patiently for Andreas and Leah to head back in. And we could see Team RX Performance Krieger jump into that top 10 with a good result here. The time exceptional. Team RX Performance Krieger. Oh, they're done. All runs complete. What a performance. 17:50. And Vanheim Divergent probably doing about an extra 30 meters down the floor.
More teams are coming in. And you can see it's going to be lane number 6.
Looks like RX Performance Krieger maybe made a big push there.
17:50 was their finish time.
It looked like Vanheim Divergent was maybe in the lead, but...
Wow, what a last run. That's some great strategy.
A leadership change on the final 800 meters.
So that's probably the best we have seen on a strategy point of view, getting the runs and the chipper done as close to each other as possible. Last of the Vikings are in as well. 1 minute slower than your leaders. Team RX Performance, Krieger.
ladies and gentlemen, Untitled over that finish line.
And the head of Krieger Training, Kristen Holter. Bit under the weather at the moment. Hope you're feeling a little bit better.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. The teenagers, lane number 10, over that finish line.
Make sure you do head to competitioncorner.net for all your official results and your schedule for the next 3 days. This is our second heat of 3. So we hit our 20-minute mark. Butcher's Lab Ribeye are next in.
Yes, Copenhagen, make some noise. Lane number 4, the pace programming 2.0.
Pace programming 2.0 are done. And North and Heavy finish things out. And a much quicker heat than our first.
Everybody in around that 20-minute mark.
It wasn't bad with my prediction that 4.8K would take around 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Except for Team RX Performance Krieger, who get it done sub 18 minutes. Teams ticking the box for workout 3 on our second day of competition. Great facility here at Bella Arena in Copenhagen. And great to have your company wherever you're joining us.
Just an awesome setup all around here in Copenhagen. There's another floor out in like the glass roof area of this arena that is just beautiful.
They've got real trees out there as well.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
And heat number 2 wrapped up for this morning here at Bella Arena. And let's head down to the competition floor. Amy Bream is with Team RX Performance Krieger.
All right, guys, sub 18, that was incredible to watch. An event like this, there's not a whole lot of skill involved, it's a lot of grit, and everyone wants to win. So how did you guys strategize and pace that to make sure that your team pulled forward?
We had a strategy that we were going to run very, very fast and use our strength. So the best runner would push the less better runner from the beginning to the end, just to keep everyone as tired as possible. Like everyone should end the workout as tired as possible. And we also knew that the workout part wouldn't take that much time, so we can try to save some energy there and push the run as hard as we could.
Well, future athletes doing this, keep that in mind. Run as hard as possible, works well. You guys are also coming into this experience with a ton of individual competition experience, a lot of like games, semifinals. How are you using that as you come into this first season of World Fitness Finals?
I think being an individual can be very draining mentally, and this weekend, especially for me, it's more about having fun and enjoying the time on the floor with some of my really good friends, and also just gaining the experience from being on the floor together and working as a team and building on each other's strengths and weaknesses, which is really interesting and a lot to learn from me, especially. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's been fun to see so far, and we'll keep watching you guys throughout the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Team RX Performance, Krieger. If you notice, you've got Matthias and Andreas who are well over 6 feet, and Leah and Ingrid are well under 6 feet. How do you manage that in a team strategy? They managed it perfectly.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, you heard him say, he didn't say it explicitly, but based on his gesture, he was like, the better runner is going to have to help. And he looked like he was going to push his running partner along. Like, okay, we get it. The tall guys, they're going to lead the way on the run. They're going to really kind of keep pace for Leah and Ingrid. And thankfully, they've got a good aerobic base to be able to keep pace. And I mean, the performance stands as proof, right?
That's our fastest time we've seen so far, and we've got to wait one more heat to see if that stands up, but they are probably going to project themselves well into that top 10. Yep, that's reserved for Krieger. The team will go and cool down and go and sit down.
You can't escape them, Jeremy.
Cannot.
They're everywhere.
Absolutely not. And party time here. It is getting close to Christmas. And apologies, that was not Andreas. It was actually Morten Andersen. Morten stepping in for Andreas with that ruptured Achilles. But a great result for Team RX Performance Krieger, and we were going to find them, no doubt, in the third heats. And coming up next will be our third and final heats of our elite teams and wrap things up for workout 3 for our second day of competition here at Bella Arena. We'll be back soon.
In at number 12 and counts, it's my way. Athletes, 2 minutes.
Welcome back to Bella Arena for day number 2 of the World Fitness Finals. It is our third and final heats of workout 3. And our top teams from the first day of competition are lined up in lanes 1 through 12, ready to chase down that score from Team RX Performance Krieger of 17 minutes and 50 seconds. For all your official results, please go to competitioncorner.net. The whole schedule for the 4 days will be in there as well. Team Krieger Vivid. Currently sitting on top of our leaderboard. Matilda, Nicole, Henrik, and Moritz are leading the way only by 5 points. Invictus International, absolutely dominant performance last night in workout number 2. And not a bad result for them either in the pool, a 3rd and a 4th, but doesn't compare to that number 1 next to your name. Sounds a lot better.
It's always the best. You see Krieger Mad Mama, excellent runners. Should be leading the way just to their right. Black Dog, Charlotte Spence. Good athletes in their own right.
Underway, our final 25 minutes of workout 3. It feels, I don't know about you, it feels like a Saturday. It doesn't feel like a Friday, and we've got 2 more days to come after this. And normally teams, individuals are making their move on the 2nd day of competition. Does that mess with you a little bit, or does that give you more time to strategize your plan?
You know, it's funny. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I bumped into Dino Smaj and Luka Djukic in the sauna yesterday, and they were talking about like having to kind of reset and remind themselves that as far as the overall workload is concerned, they're about 30% of the way. So still a lot left to be done. I think that taps into more of the mental aspect of it, and reminding yourself that, hey, if you're in a position that you don't want to be in, there's plenty of opportunity. And then obviously if you're in a top position, that there's still a lot of work left to be done, so you can't take your foot off the gas pedal. And I think that's more of the mental side of it, and trying to have a positive outlook.
Jamie Simmons and Fabian Benito make the turn.
Yeah, the Invictus International crew, they're one of the center lanes there. So by being towards the front and passing some of the other teams that have to run further along down the lane line, that's going to put them towards the front of this pack overall.
17 minutes and 50 seconds.
You can even see by the posture on the athlete on the left on the Concept 2 bike that not really pushing that hard, pretty steady and smooth. You can almost kind of use this Concept 2 bike as kind of a primer for that run if you're the second pairing.
And Roldan Goldbaum doing exactly that, getting out of the saddle a bit.
Just
like
kind of
blood flow.
Loosening up those legs, get the tree trunks nice and warmed.
For those of you who have tree trunks. But 17:50, 7 minutes under the allowable time cap. That's massive from Team RX Performance Krieger from heat number 2.
Yep.
This is heat 3.
A 25-minute time cap. There's 2 sections of work. There's the 6 by 800 meter run done, alternating between pairs. There's also that big chipper in the middle, 60 calories on the Concept 2 bike, the skier, the rower, intermixed with some odd object work, dumbbell farmer carry, feed stack, box step overs, and a sandbag bear hug carry. 1 pair will be on the run, 1 pair will be in the arena. When the pair from the run comes in, they will switch.
Roldan and Jesse for Invictus International are trying to run faster.
I think that's, Invictus, the Krieger training crew, I think that's one of the benefits of having a larger training camp, is you get some of that individual capacity work where you're going out and doing track days together, you're spending time in the pool. You have a good support system for that.
This is the blueprint presented by 511.
So a lot of work to get done. I think breaking up and having some mini milestones, whether it's each 800-meter run when it's your turn as a pair, can help you kind of mentally attack this workout in more manageable pieces. And then at some point, you're just going to have to grind. You're not going to be recovering much. You're going to be tired, and you're going to have to pour into that 800-meter run.
We've noted how important it is to get that pacing correct. Roldan and Jesse seem to have lost a little bit of ground back to the rest of the field. But trying to finish both components at the same time is going to take some skill.
Yeah, and you see the Krieger Vivid squad out in front right now, really putting some pace. Look at that gap there between those top 2 to 3 teams and the rest of the field. And as we've seen before, you see one athlete basically hand on the back, keeping the pressure.
For old Voshmaloy Colstar. Getting shuffled along.
So one of the teams up and in the mix on this run here, lane 12 coming in, Helzit Maiwai. They're going to have to run all the way across the floor to change out, but right now they're holding a really aggressive pace on this run and kind of picking up where they left off yesterday. So they not necessarily the best start on the pool, a 33rd and a 29th, but then they come back in that second workout yesterday and a top 3 finish puts them into this top heat overall and clearly back in their comfort zone right now because they are hammering these runs.
Heltz and Maiwai with Bjorma and Rike out on that run. Things starting to slow down and a relative easier pace throughout the chipper. Adventure ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511. Just scan the QR code on your screen. And you can see the pace that Roldan Golbaum is going through right now. He's taking that very easy.
And you notice he's kind of keeping that stiff leg. Same with Moritz Fiebig to his right. Not really much bend at the knee. Kind of keeping a lot of the work in the upper body and through that hinge. Maybe trying to save the quads and legs.
Grithouse moving ahead onto the feed sack step overs. And there's no point finishing the chipper with 10 minutes spare. If you're still waiting for your pairs to come back, you want to maintain a good rhythm throughout both components. Grithouse still well and truly in front of everybody else.
What we saw from the earlier heats, if you're just joining us, winning the chipper doesn't really have much bearing on the overall placement as far as giving you an advantage. A couple of the teams that really pushed on the chipper started to fall behind on the run.
Kevin and Caroline are getting to work with that feed sack step over.
You could see on the bottom of the left-hand side of your screen, actually the team that is now in front, that's Helzit Maiwai. Really, really casual pace on the skier. You can see the male athlete just kind of looking around, not really concerned with pushing too hard, kind of watching for that team to come in. They are much more concerned with really pushing the pace on the run.
Sabrina and Alexander. But they've obviously been doing their homework. They've obviously watched what's happened in the previous 2 heats.
And even though the Krieger Vivid team has pulled ahead just slightly, it was this upcoming pairing from Helzit Maiwai that was able to snag the overall lead after their leg. So I think these are their 2 premier runners, and this will be the pairing that I believe could turn the tide for them.
Interestingly, Jesse Smith and Roldan Golbaum are standing and waiting and not continuing on with the chipper. So they've got to a point and they're just going to wait and recover.
That would tell me that they've practiced this enough that they know, hey, there's a couple of checkpoints. As long as we get here in the next interval, that our teammates will be able to get far enough in the chipper where we don't have to push it. We can recover and save a little bit of energy for the run.
Roldan and Jesse heading back out. Fabian and Jamie getting to work now on the feed sack step overs. They are in lane number 6 in the center of Bella Arena.
As we saw in the previous leg for these pairings specifically, Helsen Maiwai able to overtake Krieger Vivid behind the strength of those two runners.
Well, Sabrina and Alexander are absolutely ripping up this 800-meter run.
And I like this long turnaround. We had it in Indianapolis, where if you're coming down the pipe of this long stretch here, you can see exactly where your competition is. You get a good look at the order in this run.
Ten and a half down. Still plenty of time left. 17:50 is the time to beat Team RX Performance. Krieger from heat number 2. Actually, an official time of 17:46.
And Helsen Maiwai right now able to pull ahead on the run, but again, remember, they are on the far end of the floor as far as their lane is concerned. So in many ways, based on the change out alone, they're about even with the Krieger Vivid squad.
Henrik and Matilda head out for Team Krieger Vivid.
I think this is going to be the key leg here, right? We've seen the back and forth between Vivid and Helsen Maiwai. I think if Krieger can give themselves a little bit bigger buffer here, because this is the pairing where they have been able to pull ahead. Just give their next pair just a little bit of cushion.
Now, I might have mentioned this, but Gridhouse needed to make a move today, and they're making a massive move, and it is our third workout of the weekend with a 25-minute time cap and a lot of work to get through.
Yep, you see athletes on the floor right now working through that big chipper of 60 calories on the different Concept 2 machines, and then some sandbags, some feed sack work, dumbbell farmer's carry. Right now getting to the back half of that, and then the other pairing out on the run, an 800-meter run, as we have a little technical difficulties with the turnaround barrier.
Lucky Sander isn't back out there.
Ooh. He would have lost his beard.
Probably more than that. Over our halfway mark of our third workout of the weekend. And I say weekend, it's a 4-day weekend in here in Copenhagen.
Call that an Australian weekend, you know, an extra
big
holiday.
time.
Helsen Maiwai on your screen. That pairing has been able to overtake the lead each time they've been tagged out onto the run. Just starting to get close to where the penultimate 800-meter pairing is going to be entering the arena. And we've seen a back and forth between Krieger Vivid and Helsen Maiwai this entire workout. And
noticeably,
Yeah.
Invictus International, nowhere to be seen. But they have got their strategy. They have got their pace that they're working on. Naganes coming back in first.
And it is close. It looks like Hells at Maiwai was able to maintain just a little bit closer proximity to Krieger Vivid on that turnover between the two pairs.
Voshmaloy, Kolstar, Andre Temenis head back out. Now you've set your time of 17:46 from Team RX Performance Krieger from Heat 2. Are you worried?
If I'm RX Performance Krieger, yes. Yes, definitely. You have the final pairing is out on the run, and you still have another almost 3 minutes.
And still the bear hug to go through after the row.
Yeah.
Are the runs going to get finished first? Potentially.
Some of these teams are going very, very casual on the row right now, and
the fact that Jamie Simmons is talking while she's rowing.
Yeah, I believe they call that Zone 2.
I don't know what that is. But I've seen very different strategies from Heat 1, 2, and 3.
We've got a few teams on the sandbag already. Krieger Vivid, Matilda Garnes working through the sandbag. They should be done with the chipper, no problem. Hells at Maiwai also on the sandbag, so at least at this point right now, no concern about having to wait to finish the chipper work with the runners finishing first.
Our leaders are not far away, entering Bella Arena for the final time.
I may have to eat my words. This may be closer than I thought.
That's why we have chip timers. But you're right, that's 17:51 from Team RX Performance Krieger. That is in danger of falling, and it will fall. But how many teams are going to get in? They could be still in a top 5 position.
Hells at Maiwai's got to hustle. They still got a length left, and their final athletes coming into the arena.
Fleck, here we go.
Wow, a huge
unbelievable.
Fleck made a huge move on that last run and able to take, looks like they took the win.
And a very quick time as well, just over 17 minutes.
A brilliant final run from the last pairing for Fleck. They were able to pull up dead even with Krieger and Hells at Maiwai, and they knew that, hey, they had an earlier lane in terms of the order, so they didn't have to run as far when they made that final turn, so gave themselves a little advantage.
And now, Invictus International coming in 6th. But they got their pacing spot on. Gridhouse are in as well. Kevin and Caroline are in.
That's going to be a huge result from Team Fleck. They came in 4th. Just 6 points out of a podium position. Still lots to be done, but based on where Invictus International finished, where Krieger Mad Mama finished, and the fact that it looked like maybe Hells at Maiwai was second behind them and they already had an advantage ahead of them points-wise.
And a very quick heats. Heat number 3.
It's like Black Dog.
They come all the way down to lane number 9. And they get finished up But that was an exciting finish and not where we expected. How about Fleck?
Yeah, hitting the nitro at the
pacing.
Final home stretch, yeah.
Pacing was perfect. Now, you don't have to lead from start to finish. You just need to finish first.
And you know, sometimes that's the advantage of just hanging just outside that top grouping. You get a clear view of who you're chasing and where you are. And, you know, being in front, they don't get that advantage. They couldn't see Team Fleck kind of lurking in that third, fourth position most of the time. So they had a clear view of the objective.
Katie and Lucas finishing up for the US Army Warrior Fitness team in lane 1.
Victor from Fleck. We're hearing that he hosts a few run clubs in Denmark a couple times a week.
Haven't they got big now, run clubs?
They are. I did one on Wednesday.
A small 5K that wasn't 5K.
Yeah, the squad was fortunate to join in on the Butcher's Lab run club, and I was told it was a nice little 5K jaunt.
Well, it was.
It's about 6 miles.
No, 5K out, 5K back.
Yes, that's true. I'll chalk it up to the metric system.
And our 3 heats of our teams now complete for the morning. Team Krieger Vivid with the first and 2 seconds. Hell's at Maiwai. Exactly what they needed to do with that third place finish last night. Team Fleck finishing 4th last night. That's going to do them wonders.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Things wrapping up here at Bella Arena for our team competition for this morning. Workout 3 done and dusted. Let's head down to Amy Bream on the floor with Team Krieger Vivid.
I am here with Team Krieger Vivid, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you guys yesterday, but you have held solid performances all the way through so far, and that was quite the race. Going into this, you know, how are you staying focused, knowing that there are so many skilled teams fighting for the top spot? How are you staying focused, knowing that there are so many teams fighting for a top spot?
Just one event by one, so don't think about the ones from yesterday. Just focus on the one which comes next. And yeah, this was like just intervals and running. I came from Tenerife like 2 weeks ago. I made a training camp, and we had like 3-minute run intervals. And I knew, okay, this is only 3. I can push it very hard with my teammate Nikki from Switzerland. And yeah, I think we did quite a good job.
And Nikki, I actually wanted to ask you, because you've had quite the comeback year. You just came off a few months ago from winning the Belgrade Games. How does that feel? And then coming into this competition, not just being here to compete, but being in contention for a top spot.
Yeah, I was really happy to get together with this team. And I know that I have to push hard this weekend to follow up, but it is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, winning is fun. So
Winning is fun, and I think you're doing a great job of that so far. You guys are pushing, and we're excited to see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Amy. Team Krieger, Vivid. More results falling their way.
I thought that the organization of, this workout for the teams made it really fun, given the foot races that we saw at the end. Just enough work on the chipper to keep you activated, and then really having to pour in on those final couple of 800 meters runs. I'm just jealous more. I want to spend some time in Tenerife running.
Oh, I want to
Doing
join
some
Moritz
training
as
camp.
well. How good's that? But going through what they've just gone through in the previous couple of weeks, setting themselves up for success here.
And I think that this is a good start for them, given what they've been tested on. I mentioned high effort, low impact. I still think that's true. And now we get to get into some heavier movements, some barbell work, some gymnastics, and should continue what's been an exciting team race so far.
That will do us for the team competition here at Bella Arena for our second day of competition for the World Fitness Finals. The World Fitness Project inaugural season for 2025 rolls on, and 3 more days until we find out who stands atop of the podium. We're going to be back with heat number 1 of our pro men. They're coming up at 10 past 11 local time. We'll be back very soon.
Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab. Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Day 2 of the World Fitness Finals, inaugural season of the World Fitness Project for 2025. Hello and welcome from Bella Arena in Copenhagen as we make a start on our third workout of the competition and see our individuals for the very first time. This one is Project 1. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez, and very fortunate to have Katrin Davidsdottir sitting alongside us. And what a start for Jona Koski yesterday, 56 points ahead of Justin Medeiros in second. Coming into the finals, our top two, James Sprague and Roman Krennikov, with a little bit of work to do.
Heck yeah. But you know, there's so much left. This weekend just got started. We've did 1 day of 4. I know both James and Krennikov, they are very excited about what's to come. They are workers. They know how to grind through things. And this one's right up their alley. So if I were them, I'd not be worried.
Sprague currently leading the overall standings, 30 points. So still in the top 10, but obviously you want to stay there. Roman's in there in third, and Justin with that great results yesterday. If you just go down to number 6, Jona Koski jumping into that top 10, 1,600 points, and what a start, Tommy.
Yeah, clearly the biggest mover as far as the overall season standings are concerned, and he had a near perfect day yesterday. It really took a Herculean effort from Ty Jenkins on 1B to keep him from the clean 3-for-3 run yesterday. And, you know, we knew Jona was going to do well in the swim. He's, I would argue, the best pure swimmer that the men's side has ever seen in this sport. But to back it up on that second workout in the arena, he's clearly operating at a higher level, a little bit more in his element, given all of the lifestyle changes that have happened in this calendar year. Obviously, we've talked about him becoming a new father, growing their family, you know, making it to Tour Stop 2 just like a day after their first child was born. So this time, a little bit smoother run-up, a little bit more predictable training camp, a little bit more time to prepare, and it's clearly paying dividends for him.
And you look forward to pro cards for 2026, and you put yourself in the box seat for one of those.
Yeah, and not just that, but given the fact that he'd be in 6th, he would be in one of the higher qualifying positions. And remember, your pro card and your guaranteed contract rate is based on overall tour standings. So moving up into that top 6 also means that you're guaranteed more money for the following season as well. So not only do you now have to do qualifiers, you get all of your travel and accommodations paid for, the guaranteed prize money is going to go up too. And that's a pretty sweet gig for a pro athlete, especially when you consider where he was coming into the weekend.
More money means more smiles. Our Pro 3 schedule, we're going to start things off at 10 past 11 local time and 50-minute time cap for Project 1, which is our third workouts of the competition. And then our second heat of men, and then that will follow with 2 heats of our women. The floor is set. We are getting ready to go. Ski and the bike earlier on yesterday at Helsingborg in Sweden for workouts 1A and 1B. But this is Pro 3, Tommy, and we've got a lot of stuff to get through.
Yeah, you're gonna, let's think of this in halves, right? The first half, you're gonna do with a weight vest. You're gonna go through the calories on the C2 bike. You're gonna have an 800-meter run, 120-meter dumbbell farmer carry, another 800-meter run, 60 or 50 calories on the ski erg, another 800-meter run. You're gonna ditch the vest, and then the second half begins. Sandbag step overs, calories on the rower, sandbag bear hug carry, all interspersed with 800-meter runs, like we saw in the elite team divisions just a few moments ago. So a lot of work to be done. And a workout, Project One, that has been a theme consistent throughout the entirety of this inaugural season. So now we get to see a beefed up version for these
big time
pro individuals, and should be cool.
Now, Kat, if you look at the leaderboard, you've got Jonas Koski, who's done very well over the course of the first day of competition. Then you've got James Sprague and Roman Krennikov. You've been in both positions, obviously, throughout your extensive career. What do you prefer, being in front or chasing?
Honestly, I prefer chasing. There's something about that feeling of just, I don't have anything to lose. Now I get to go. This workout would be right up my alley. I'd be so excited to just get to work. You also can't really mess up this workout. You know, if you have you got a little bit too hot, you can reel that back in. There's not a lot of skill. There's just pure work, and you just go. So I know those guys are very excited to get to showcase their efforts there.
I would say, given your nickname when competing with the dog, this was right up the alley for sure. And I think your performances in individual events like Murph with the vest kind of stand as proof. So,
yeah.
And those are pretty good years, I would say, for catching David.
Very good years for Sled Dog likes to run. So, but looking at this workout too, I really love the format of the weight vest being for half of it. Because just thinking about it, like, it breaks the workout down mentally so nicely. It's such a big chunk, and you already have a lot of work, but just knowing, like, you feel like you're finishing something at that halfway point. You get to drop that vest, and then boom, you're gonna feel lighter. You're going to have that sandbag on your back, actually. And I think actually looking at this workout, that is going to be the crutch of it. Are going to be those sandbag step overs. And that's, I think, where we're going to see some of them actually dig in and thrive and know that, yep, this is my spot where I can actually make up some ground. And then some of them are going to start thinking, oh no, you know.
Yeah. That has to be one of the, I don't know, the simple pleasures of competing is taking the vest off after doing some work. It's like,
oh, yes. Oh, it's the greatest feeling. It is the greatest feeling.
The crowd really starting to fill in here in Bella Arena in Copenhagen. We've done our little jaunt over the border to Sweden yesterday at Helsingborg to start things off for our first day of competition. And we are going to be staying here at Bella Arena for the final 3 days of the World Fitness Finals. And what a year it has been.
Yeah, it's amazing to finally see the whole accumulation of the event and see how this plays out and see the two leaderboards kind of not only looking at this one event, but actually looking at the season as a whole. It's the first time I've ever seen that.
Not too far away from getting our athletes onto the competition floor. And let's start welcoming our individual men for heat number 1.
Matt Gilpin, Brisbane, Australia.
Tommaso Pieri, Lucca, Italy.
Daniel Camacho, Pamplona, Spain.
Nate Ackerman, Illinois, United States.
Luka Đukić, Temerin, Serbia.
Chris Ibarra, Kansas City, United States.
Patrick Vellner, Chelsea, Canada.
Jörgen Karlsson, Stock City, Iceland.
Colin Bossart, Bern, Switzerland.
Nick Matthew, Minnesota, United States.
Jeffrey Adler, Montreal, Canada.
Polo Maracchino, Maryland, United States of America.
Julius Kieser, Leipzig, Germany.
Troy Clay, Springfield, United States.
Our lane assignments for the first of our heats for the pro men. This is Project 1. And a couple of big names, Patrick Vellner, Jeffrey Adler in amongst. And we're used to seeing Patrick Vellner dig himself a massive hole and then miraculously get on the other end of that and do well. But athletes to watch, and Luka Djukic is one of those.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity for Luka to start to climb just a little bit. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that I shared a convo with him in the sauna at the hotel yesterday, and he seemed pretty excited to tackle this Pro 1 event.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be right up his alley. He knows how to work. He knows how to make something like this mean something to him, and he knows how to dig. So he's also a phenomenal biker. So he'll be off to a strong start.
Now keep in mind, the athletes have had these vests on for a fair while already coming in before they even get started. So I think it's going to be even more of a relief once they do dispense with the vest. But we are going to get started with the 60 calories on the Concept 2 bike erg. And probably the factor of getting on a bike and cycling, it's not going to be too much with the vest on to start off with.
No, I think you kind of start forgetting the vest a little bit. You know, once you've had it, when you first put it on, it feels heavy, and then you kind of stop feeling it. And on the bike, it's going to be very different from the run, where you're actually going to feel the impact of it, of every single step. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference for them right now.
The blueprints, how best to strategize Project 1. This one presented by 511.
Yeah, you're going to have to take some measured steps here. I think with some of the footwork, particularly with the sandbag added the extra loading, I think clean, measured footwork can make you much more efficient through those movements, especially when it becomes a grind. And then save for later. It's not just for your online shopping cart when you're checking out. I know, Katrin, you probably hit
I know both of the save for later, both in the workouts and in the cart.
But primarily because the four of the final movements are completely unweighted. So you have a really good opportunity not having to worry about external loading, not having to worry about that vest, where you can really push if you have saved some in the tank, and it's a prime opportunity to overtake some people at the end.
Matty Gilpin. Funnily enough, Matty Gilpin getting out of the saddle early with the damper setting very high, then sitting back down, getting the damper at a reasonable level.
And I was curious if anybody was going to do that, right? So you often hear that with these machines, it pays to be a little bit heavier if you have the aerobic capacity to bear that, right? Because you can basically let the full gravity and weight of your natural body weight, or I guess now your body weight, plus this vest coming down onto those pedals. Let that drive your pace there. But
you'll also notice that some of them hold a very high RPM or cycle rate with the legs. And some of them that are the stronger, bigger athletes are going to want to put that damper up and have that cycle rate be lower to keep the heart rate down. I personally am somebody who I prefer to use my cardio and keep that cycle rate higher.
Jeffrey Adler, no messing around this morning. We saw that yesterday in the pool in Helsingborg. Tommaso Pieri will be our second athlete out, and Nate Ackerman making up our top three as they start their first 800-meter run with the vest. Let's talk for a second about tightness of that vest on your body. Looser, obviously, it's easier to breathe. but it's going to move around a lot more. The tighter it is, it's going to restrict your breathing, but it's not going to move. What do you prefer?
It's a fine balance. I think I'd go as tight as I could go with still not restricting my breathing, because if it's too low, so you can see how it's bouncing on his chest there. It's impact with every single step, which I think kind of pulls you out of your running cadence. So I like to keep it a little bit tighter.
Adventure ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511, just scan that QR code on your screen.
You've seen a couple athletes, Chris Ibarra in particular. You see if you do go a little bit looser, you can see them tuck their hands, still kind of maintain a little bit of that arm and shoulder pull for your cadence, but also keeping tension against the vest kind of opens up some space for your lungs and your diaphragm to expand.
First position is going to be Jeff Adler, as he just makes
Adler making his move on this first 800-meter run, and not the first time he comes out in front of a run workout.
Yeah, but usually he's in that top heat with the top athletes, and so he knows that, hey, being out in front almost assures me a top finish. Yeah, this time he knows guys like Ricky and Roman, guys that can run and can run with a weight vest, are just kind of sitting back and watching his performance in the corrals warming up, and so he knows he maybe has to put a little bit extra into this workout from the first heat in some unfamiliar territory. I actually shared an elevator with him last night as we were both kind of getting ready to go up and go to bed, and you could sense his frustration. He mentioned that, hey, like, I'm not happy at all with my performance. I know this is going to be an up and down weekend for me, but I know that there's an opportunity in Project One tomorrow to come out and really start to put a stamp on this competition. Luka Jukic has made up a ton of ground on the run. He was not one of the first athletes off the bike, and he has made up significant ground, and that's good, especially given how many run sections there are here.
And the athlete to watch is Luka Jukic, Julius Kisa, Troy Clay, and Nick Matthew finish off our last athletes to come into Bella Arena. And Jeffrey Adler, no doubt, as you mentioned, Tommy, will be trying to push as hard as possible. I know Ricky Garrard is going to go out red hot on these runs and see who can go with him. He said he was, I think, hoping for a 3:30, 800 split time with the vest. Don't worry about after, but
that's just...
yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Blazing.
And these athletes, they will play these games too. If, like, sometimes Ricky, for example, he knows he has one of the best capacities in the game. So he can play those games. He can actually think, if I go out this fast and somebody follows me, I'll be tired, but they're going to be more tired than I am. So he might actually be playing some of those games.
And I love seeing those and how it plays out relative to an athlete's strength. It's something you see in other sports all the time. If you follow cycling, you always see that breakout athlete from the peloton daring people to come and chase him. Sometimes it's the guy on your team that's like, hey, I'm going to be the sacrificial lamb,
yes,
and I'm going to burn myself up and hope someone comes with me. But for someone like Ricky, hey, it's bold enough to dare someone to chase me, but I know that I can keep it up.
He knows he has the work capacity to back it up.
Adler, your leader, the farmer's carry, it is 400 feet, about 122 meters. Luka getting to work as well, but it is all down to Jeffrey Adler at the start. Ibarra in that top three, Adler, Jukic, and Ibarra. Adler making his way back out on run number 2. He is looking great this morning.
I mean, he's going to have to. And he's at a bit of a disadvantage now, knowing that he wants to be on top of that leaderboard and knowing the men that he is competing against for those top spots. He's going to have to push. He's going to have to push his limits here. He's not just going to have to beat the other men because he doesn't know their times. He's going to have to go as hard as he can, and hoping that he's going to go harder than the others. But the others will have more of a push, I believe.
15-second lead already for Jeff Adler over Luka Jukic. BKG, come on. Here we go. Saw a glimpse of it yesterday in the pool, winding back the clock a little.
Yeah.
Adler well out in front, and he'll be looking to extend his lead. Some great shots coming to you from Bella Arena here in Copenhagen. And thank you for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. It's great to have you here. Now you're going into a workout like this, Kat. Have you got each run specifically worked out? You want to maintain an average pace on each run? How does it work as you get in deeper and deeper? As for obviously when they get rid of the vest as well, the runs are going to get faster, but do you set yourself a target?
So each athlete is going to be so different in this respect, and I think it depends on, is this workout a strength of yours? Do you know that you have capacity as good as anybody else, or do you more need to run your own race? And you'll see some of these athletes have a clock on their wrist, or a watch on their wrist, sorry, and they will have paces that they want themselves to hold. I was never that athlete. I always went by feel, and I also, this was really fun for me as an athlete. I loved these events, and I knew I could be in a spot to win this. Not that I would win, I just knew that I could compete to win, and I'd be in the race. And so my plan was never a certain time. It was to compete against the best. And so I would go out, again, just what we were kind of talking about. I could trust that, you know, if Sam went out at a certain pace or if Tia went out at a certain pace, if they're holding it, so can I. If I'm tired, they are too. And so I knew I could just compete. And I think the first half of this, you really do have to compete within your own boundaries. You can't go out too hot. You do have to kind of stay in control. And then that second half is when you really just, there's no pace, you go by feel and you go by competition and where your competitors are at and try and push that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because I do think, you know, competing by feel does leave room for you to kind of adjust the throttle, right? And really tap into the moment of, say, hey, you get into an epic race and the crowd's behind you and you're feeling good and you can tap into that adrenaline. You're not necessarily bound to the structure of whatever it's saying on your watch. But I think most of the top athletes at this point do leave a little bit of room for that, you know?
I just think it's, you win some, you lose some when you do that. You know, like sometimes it doesn't always pay off, but it does leave that room to be able to grab opportunities, to be able to grab a win. And you need a great competitor can distinguish and know when those moments are there, you know, when to pull back and when you actually need to just see if it's there. Go grab it. See if you can get that win.
29 seconds is the lead now. Jeffrey Adler back to Luka Djukic, who comes back in now. 60 calories on the ski. And after watching Jeff Adler yesterday at Filborna Arena in Helsingborg, Sweden, take on part 1B. This ski is in all sorts of trouble. BKG.
He was the winner of Murph back in the day, so we know he does have the capacity for these kinds of workouts.
We're talking about BKG specifically yesterday in regards to his perfection of movement and how good he moves.
And that was like, you know, you just mentioned Murph. That was one of the hallmarks of his top performances when he was at his peak, right? Like, and Murph, you have so many reps, just the repetitive nature of it, and for him, those little tweaks in movement and being able to move better for, you know, the 300 air squats allowed him to win out. And I think that's, you know, something you look forward to him and how his quality of movement and efficiency over time is what helps him succeed. And he's in a good spot right now. I think top 3 in this heat, knowing that there's still a lot of time left and he can just slowly start to chip away.
Luka Djukic getting to work, currently sitting in second position behind our leader, Jeffrey Adler. But let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Coach's box, and I have been speaking to brute strength Fraser McKenzie. Now, he has been down here watching his athlete Danny Camacho, but he's also timing his runs to see how far off that vest is impacting his regular 800-meter pacing. That is
we'll get back to Lauren in just a sec. And Luka, interestingly, looking over at Chris Ibarra's ski.
Yeah, I mean, if you can check out your competitor's pace, that's a great strategy to just see where other people are at.
But all of our athletes here today, seasoned veterans, regardless of age, they know how fast they can push this one if they want to go for points. Remember, just one day behind us.
I think the same thing as on the bike. I think we notice a lot of different techniques. Look at BKG's kind of like, he has a very high pull rate. And then you had somebody like Chris Ibarra actually taking those bigger, slower pulls, trying to keep his heart rate down.
Yeah, I think posture is also important, right? You know, you see some athletes keeping the hips high, no bend at the knee. You're seeing like Chris Ibarra really letting the torso dip forward, getting more parallel with the ground.
But if you think about it right now, they have, so in general, you do want to use your upper body. You want to bend those legs and use that upper body to create momentum rather than using your actual pull. And you think about you having a vest on right now, that's going to create extra weight. So using the weight vest to your advantage here, I think would be extremely beneficial. And we see some of the guys utilizing that.
Adler maintaining that lead and extending the distance between himself and Luka Djukic. BKG coming out on that run. Ibarra in fourth now. But the performance of a former champion at the CrossFit Games, Jeff Adler. When you're in competition, you know you've hit the pinnacle of your sport. You know what you have to do. How hard is it to maintain and keep pushing those boundaries and making sure you're at the peak every single time?
Oh my gosh. I honestly think it's harder to stay there than it is to get there, you know, because we just talked at the start of this, we talked about, like, do you prefer being in the lead or do you prefer chasing? And the chasing, there's something about the not having anything to lose that kind of sets you free. And once you've been at the top of the sport, you've been a champion, there's that pressure to hold that. There's that pressure, you start feeling, do I need to start innovating? Do I start need to changing things? And you kind of need to do that. Do I stick to what I've known or do I actually take a risk and try to perfect something?
Now with Adler on the way back, seeing how far behind Luka Djukic is, what's Luka thinking and what is Jeff thinking on the way back in?
So personally, if I was this far behind, I would need to make these like micro goals for myself. So I would be trying to notice, if I was on the ski, I would try and notice when he would leave. Notice the time gap and make sure that he's not extending that lead. Because it really, I always thought about it as this elastic band. You don't want to allow the elastic band to snap. You want to stay close to your competitors. You want somebody to pull you. You have somebody behind you that needs to push you. You have somebody in front of you that you need to utilize as pulling you forward. And right now, Adler really is running away with it. But if I were Luka, if I were BKG coming up behind, I'd be thinking that I'm trying to close that gap, even if it's a half a second at a time. As long as I'm getting closer, you're winning at that point.
BKG probably got that mini goal to catch Luka Djukic.
starting to reel him in just a little bit. And you mentioned Adler, you know, that championship mindset. Remember, he's coming off a win, a very big win at Rogue, after having some less than stellar results.
Yeah.
Before that, coming back and winning a major competition is certainly a big boost.
I think we've seen that with a lot of the men's side. You know, you saw Hopper win and come back and have not his best performance at Rogue. We have Adler, who's stood on top of the podium and has had a tough year. We have Justin Medeiros, who's a two-time champion and kind of like has had some tough years, and we're kind of seeing him come back to life again. And I've experienced that myself, where you have these years where everything is kind of flowing and in sync, and things are just, you're competing so well and freely, and there's something, sometimes you start feeling a little bit more restricted, you start feeling a little more scared, maybe things just aren't coming together like they just did. And it doesn't mean that you're done or that you're not going to be able to be at the top again. It just means you're going through a tough time, and I feel like they've done that, they've had their tough time, and they're starting to shine again. It's fun to see them like that again.
Jeff Adler dispensing with the vest in the second portion of Project 1, now with 1 minute and 2 second lead over Luka Djukic. So Jeff Adler has extended that by double now. Now the back portion, of Project 1 coming up.
This is where I think we're going to see the most amount of separation. This is where we're going to see either, you know, Jeffrey Adler, Luca looks like he's really, look at his footwork. Look how crisp it is. It's just up, over, step, step, down, down, up, over.
No wasted motion, right?
No wasted motion. And just kind of, what's that, the beat thing?
Oh,
metronome.
metronome.
Yes, a metronome. That's what you got to think of this as. It's just, you're just a metronome. You're going to be hurting at this point. This is probably the hardest movement out of all of the movements there. You're already over halfway. So just getting yourself to a beat, and you're not thinking about, do you want to do this? You're just doing.
Just notice with BKG, once he gets to the other side of the box, he just spends a little bit of extra time.
Yeah.
But on the way over, he steps and goes straight back.
Yeah.
Is that something he's practiced?
I would say that is actually a bit of a weakness in his movement, because that half a second I don't think is giving him much, and I think it's one of those things that you don't realize you're taking extra time. It's not giving you enough rest, but you also don't realize that you're losing. And so I think other guys are going to be making up ground for him, and suddenly somebody's going to take off and he's going to think, oh no, like, where did I lose that time? And so that's where we're talking about that metronome, talking about that footwork. You just, any type of box step over, it needs to be step, step down. As soon as that second foot hits the ground, boom, it needs to be back up in the box again.
Coming up to the 20-minute mark, still 30 minutes on our time cap. Jeff Adler, well in control of our first heats and looking to find himself in the top heats coming into the final 2 days of competition, and this is the best way to go about it.
He started these box step overs right around that 16:45, 16:47 mark. So, and that was a minute ahead of Luca at that point. So he is clearly ahead right now. And I think we're just going to see him continue to fly, right? Like, this has been the Kat, you kind of mentioned, do I need to innovate a little bit? Jeff, you know, became a high-level games athlete. He moved himself into the top 5 in 2020. And one of the ways that he innovated and kind of created this 2.0, 3.0 version of himself is he started working with Chris Henshaw. He started working on his aerobic capacity. He started building himself into, in this sport, a world-class runner, a world-class guy on the machines. And we saw it pay off because before we knew his high power output was good. We knew he was very strong, lower body. And it's really been a hallmark of his top performances ever since.
Tommy, I was just about to mention that when you started talking, because I worked with Chris Henshaw too, and I always called him my secret weapon. He had these, not only it's great training, and so you can't fake aerobic capacity, you have to have it, but he also is phenomenal at teaching you mind games and how to compete. And one of the things, and that I think you can always see this, he teaches us to estimate what the hardest part of a workout is. Because if you accurately estimate that, you know that the box step overs is where it's going to be hard. You expect it, you know it's going to be hard, you attack it, and now he's feeling good about it because he knew exactly where he's at, and now he can go.
Isn't it funny how we thought that Jeff was going to start running away with this? He's exactly the same time split back to Luca as when they came in on the box step overs.
Wow.
The person who has made up ground is BKG on Luka Djukic, but it's still 1 minute and 2 seconds between first and second. So Luca moving extremely well on that box.
Looked like Jeff maybe checking in with someone over in the warm-up area or teasing a little bit. Either way, he's in full control right now, and that's good to see.
That gap is closing, and there's your mini goal right there, Kat.
Yeah. If you have somebody, if you can just start chipping away, you can start chipping away at athletes in front of you. He's got Luca right in front of him. I think you can notice that the stride looks a little bit heavy after all those box step overs. Those legs are going to be feeling heavy.
You can see Luca is just in front. How do you stop yourself from getting too excited and go into that chase mode and try and get him now?
So one of the things also, you have to pass with authority. Another thing that you can't just pass, because if I'm Luca and BK passes me, but I see he's tired, I'm just going to go, because then I know that's going to deflate BK. So if I'm BK, I need to get as close to Luca, and then I'm going to sit there. I'm going to sit there until I can recover a little bit. You got to push to get there. You're going to recover. And when you're going to move, you need to make a move. You need to make it with authority.
That's classic Hinshaw. And you also do get a little bit of a boost when you pass someone. That is kind of a running phenomenon where when the act of passing someone does kind of juice you up a little bit. I'm very curious to see if we get this in one of the later runs, that down and back where you get the long look at who's coming. A lot of times there's a point where if you're the one chasing, the person in front of you is blind to your progress, right? So as you approach that turn, you can speed up and close the gap. So when they turn, the first thing they see is, oh no, they're a lot closer than the last time I saw them. And it's a little bit of a mind game. And then they turn and they're blind to you again, and you can continue to chip away. So every time they do see you, that gap is closed.
Good rowing pace from Jeffrey Adler. And if you this deep in, you're 25 minutes into the first workout of day number 2, and you're rowing at a 1500 comfortably, you're doing okay. Paula Maracagno to the right of screen, trying to get finished up with those box step overs. That lead from Jeffrey Adler is increasing.
And you saw the difference in the cadence, right? Like Tola taking an extra shuffle step, an extra bit of time between each rep.
BKG now got that little bit of adrenaline coming into Bella Arena. The crowd responds.
I wish you would have seen the pass. We're just talking about it.
But the lead for Jeffrey Adler, he has increased his run speed without the vest considerably. The lead now is 1:48.
Adler is just going. You know, he knows he can be, like when we were talking about at the start, when you know that you can go in, you never know if you can win. There are so many phenomenal athletes, but you know when you can compete to win, and that's Adler in this event. And so he has to imagine, I think he has to create these scenarios that he's thinking, James is on the rower next to me. You know, Ricky is right in front of me. Ricky just left. I mean, I think you have to almost just create these scenarios to make yourself go when you're in his position.
To give you an idea on just how fast Jeffrey Adler ran that last 800, it was almost a minute faster than with the vest. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the gap between him and Luca grew by a minute as well. So just
second last run coming.
Just cooking.
I think that also just goes to show his incredible knowledge of himself and his capacity and pacing, because he feels good. He's kicking it to another notch right now.
And I think that's the blend of what makes him a champion, right? There are good runners in the sport that when you start to throw other elements into the mix, the gap between them and the rest of the field in those running movements starts to diminish.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff has been able to build the aerobic capacity across all of the domains as they pertain to this sport. So it doesn't matter if he's doing 800s, he's doing 400s, he's doing mile splits, and you're throwing sandbags, you're throwing barbells, you're throwing muscle ups. He's going to get off those implements feeling better and running harder than most of the field that you're going to see.
It's almost, you're spot on there. It's almost like a different skill in itself. Being able to run solely on the track and you're just running, that's one thing. Being able to run after box step overs, after thrusters, after something that really, you need to teach your body that to actually fill your legs with lactic and then teach them to flush. And I know that he's done that training.
Question for you, Kat. In competition, you notice that athletes are looking at other people's displays. You find someone next to you, like Pat Vellner, just looking across at BKG's display. Do you look at that and do you adjust on the fly to what someone else is doing, or is it just, I don't know, something else to look at?
Out. How are you doing? Yeah. How are you feeling? Oh, I think it's 100%. If right now they're nearing the end of the workout, Vellner knows that BKG is ahead of him. He's going to use him as motivation. He's going to use them as the barometer of like, am I doing okay, or do I actually have to push?
All right, let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Thanks, Jared. Jeremy. I actually have just been speaking to John Singleton, who's coach of Luka Djukic, and he's saying this battle of BKG is everything. Jeff Adler is so far ahead that if Luka didn't have BKG, it'd been very easy to relax into this and not push himself as hard. So those two together, and as you can see, I thought the rower might actually help close that gap. It hasn't quite done that.
Guys, I love sitting here with you, but I'm not going to lie. I would...
Hold up, Chris Ibarra overtook Djukic here on the ski.
Ibarra heading back out just ahead of Luka Djukic as Jeffrey Adler now overtakes Tola Maracanio. This run from Jeffrey Adler is going to be spot on about 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds before Jeffrey Adler starts to come in. And it is going to be right on the money. Adler back in at 3 minutes as Vellner heads out. Currently sitting in 4th position.
Sorry, Kat, you were saying how much fun you were having?
Oh, yeah. I was saying I am loving sitting here with you guys, but I'm not going to lie. I would love to be out there on the floor right now. Oh.
I'm quite happy sitting right here.
You and me both.
Oh.
But I don't mind a bit of a grindy, chipper, hour-long workout, though.
Well, it looks like it's going to be quite much faster than an hour for Adler. He is crushing this workout. He is, and honestly, like a 3-minute pace for 800 meter this deep into a workout just goes to show how impressive his running is. And look at BKG go. He has created that. I feel like he snapped that elastic on Giga. He has now really, it looks like Chris Ibarra has caught up with him too.
You could see just Ibarra's posture too. He's got a little bit more pep to it, a little more spring in each step. He's not necessarily just shuffling and kind of lumbering.
Jeff Adler's on a mission today. He has been well and truly in control of this first heat. Our second heat to come.
Sometimes that frustration and anger is powerful fuel.
And I mentioned that 4 of the final 5 movements are not weighted, right? You have 3 runs and some work on the rower. And that's an opportunity for someone who maybe won't like the sandbag as much to make a push elsewhere. It looks like Ibarra is doing that. Coming off the run, row, and into that next run is when he passed Luka, taking advantage of the non-weighted movements.
Question, after yesterday's obviously fairly fatiguing on your midline, in the pool trying to keep your hips above the water, how much is the bear hug carry with the sandbag going to be fatiguing you?
Oh, tremendously. It's more of like a, I can imagine his glutes, his hammies just being burning. And not going to lie too, something I don't think people know is that at this point of the workout, look how sweaty he is. It is extremely hard to keep your fingers interlocked and on the bag. And so if you can't get that grip, you're really having to push with your upper body too.
Jürgen Carl Gudmundsson making his way in.
I will say, though, they at least had a sufficient warm-up before the sandbag here.
Yes, they did. Talk about winding back the clock. We've seen it with Janikowski yesterday.
Yeah.
And BKG, this is just a performance we're used to seeing from the early days.
I love the Seth's comment from yesterday, the 2017 World Fitness Project. Tapping into that. I think BK heard some of that and was like, "Yeah, let me add to the mix."
Yeah, I want part of that.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm in.
Yeah.
But it feels good to see them kind of feel like themselves.
Yeah.
Does it help? Obviously, it's obviously going to help, but being this close to home and not having that, like we know from Australia when all the Australian athletes travel to, say, the CrossFit Games, it is a tough slog to get over there and get acclimatized.
It is. It's going to be a tremendous advantage for the Europeans. So they are very used to having to travel overseas, go to the States, and have that kind of like 8-9 hour time change. Now BK's on home turf. He had 1 3-hour flight. There's a 1-hour time change. So that certainly does serve as an advantage over the other athletes that, you know, take somebody like Justin Medeiros, who I know is 9 hours behind us, or the Australian athletes who, they might be 3 hours ahead. I don't know. Or 3 days, sorry.
We need a big comp in Australia. Come on down.
One day.
Jeffrey Adler overtaking Troy Clay. Very much like an F1 race with the slower racers pulling to the side.
We haven't talked about it. We saw a no rep just now with BKG, had to reset. Right behind him on his heels, Pat Vellner. We haven't talked about him much. He's started to make a move on that last run. Pat has tremendous grip strength. He actually has longer arms relative to some of the other athletes at his height. Gives him a little bit more real estate to grab and interlock his fingers on the sandbag. We could see at least a little bit of a push from Uncle Pat here.
This run from Jeffrey Adler is even quicker than the last. Chris Ibarra jumping ahead into second now, ahead of BKG, who is just about to leave. But Jeffrey Adler, take a bow. This has been phenomenal. 2:49 last 800. And that's an incredible performance to start day 2 of competition for the World Fitness Finals.
What a performance.
16 minutes under the time cap.
And I just mentioned Pat Vellner now leaving the arena as well. Did that walk unbroken. He passed Luka Jukic as well. He made a huge move on the rest of the field just on that implement.
If you're Pat Vellner, do you now start chasing BKG for maybe that third spot in the heat?
Yeah, so that's those kind of micro goals. You think about Pat Vellner, he's now going to have about 3 athletes in front of him. He's going to have Chris Ibarra, he's going to have BKG. He's going to start chipping away one at a time.
Ibarra looking springy on this final 800 meters. So comfortable with his posture. Clearly in second right now, and he's going to get a good look at the athletes chasing him. So
he looks really fresh.
Yeah. I mean, you don't always want to judge based on posture and how they're presenting, you know, externally, but that's the look of an athlete who feels very comfortable in this last 800 meters.
Luka Jukic just leaving, as is Tommaso Pieri and Julius Kisa.
These athletes have to be so aware, though, that there is another heat right after them. And so when you think about workouts like Murph, for example, you had every single athlete out there on their floor. And so if you have a considerable spread, you just know that you need to beat the athlete that you can beat. Here, they actually have to be aware that somebody might be right in front of him. Like, does he have to? Is that going to be points that he is going to regret not taking? Like, you really have to push with everything that you have, which is not an enviable position right now when you also know that you have the snatch coming up later today. But you also don't want to regret anything. You don't want to look at it later and think, oh, those were points that I could have gotten, but I didn't push for.
Unofficial time from Jeffrey Adler, 33:58.
So impressive.
Whoa, I can't wait to see what's happening out in the warm-up area right now. They're probably going, oh. But Chris Ibarra, I mentioned it yesterday at the pool, what a 2025 Chris Ibarra has had.
And he came in as one of the athletes trying to earn his pro card, you know, as a challenger. He had a good performance in Tour Stop 1. It's consistently put himself up in the mix for a pro card.
Impressive from Ibarra, BKG and Vellner. Still out on the course. They will be your next 2 finished. Luka Jukic in 5th.
Coming into the weekend, Ibarra was 19th on tour points. So he was one of the athletes still holding on to a pro card, but maybe on the bubble. So strong performances here really could give him a little bit more wiggle room going into the final 2 days.
I like that from BKG. Fist pump in the air and then the quick look back just to make sure that no one was coming.
Well, you know, I mean, even you go back to some of his early podium days, he was known for clipping some people at the line. I think.
I like what I'm seeing from BKG this weekend already.
It's got to be frustrating, though, with the sandbag, no rep. Not sure if he just wasn't noticing where he was standing, if he dropped too early, or what happened there, but that did cost him.
Vellner, the bounce back he needed after a slow day in the pool yesterday. And a great result, fourth in the heats. Reeling in Luka Djukic, who's coming in just to the bottom of your screen.
Keep that noise going, Copenhagen. Keep that noise going. Just past that 38 in a half. And he had a
Still 12 minutes on our time cap. The gentleman coming in.
Not a bad push from Nick Matthew. He was towards the back of the pack early on, and he's managed to...
Just ahead of Colin Bossard.
Close race.
Well, that's a problem when you've got your staggered start. Julius Kieser.
He emptied the tank.
Nate Ackerman at the bottom of your screen as Tola Maracanio continues his sandbag walk. And the final 800 metres coming up for Tola Maracanio.
And Nate is done. Tola's the last athlete on the floor. Plenty of time to get this underneath the cap. You assume it won't factor in, and that's been something that's been a part of Will Morat's programming, is that for these longer tests, he wants to make sure that there's enough time for everybody to do the work. So you're not gonna get out scot-free. You're gonna have to finish all the work. There's gonna be plenty of time under the cap for you to do so.
The old, time cap. I just won't do all that stuff. I'm just going to recover instead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I do like that. I do like everybody has to do the work. There's so much left of the weekend, too. And you don't want to have it serve to someone's advantage because you have a snatch later today. Like, no, everybody has to finish the same amount of work before you then go test yourself tonight.
Matty Gilpin, training out of Training Think Tank in Atlanta, Georgia, moving over from Australia over a year ago. Gets done just over that 40-minute mark. As you mentioned, Tommy, still 10 minutes to go on our time cap. Troy Clay coming in. And Tola will round things up as our final athlete out on the final 800-meter run. And you look at the programming that Will Morat has put down, and you look at the 50-minute time cap, it has moved relatively quickly.
Yeah, it has. It hasn't felt like anyone is spending an inordinate amount of time on any one implement. There's enough changeover, and I mean, you put yourself in the gym setting too. If it feels like you're on a single implement for so long, that just, I don't know, something.
Are you talking like marathon row type stuff?
Oh. You know, I did the Rogue 24-hour row challenge last year with a team of 3, and that I would say that was probably similar too.
Okay. Danny Camacho coming in. 41.5. Did very well last night here in workout number 2. Tola now with about 200 meters remaining.
It's one of those things too, like is this his capacity, or is he actually being a little conservative, knowing that he's going to be one of the athletes that's fighting to win the snatch later tonight?
I want to make sure that we welcome Tola Maracanio back into the floor when he gets here.
Still 8 minutes left on our time cap. And the benefit of Jeffrey Adler going out so quickly is your recovery time starts so much sooner than everybody else.
Yeah, it's a great point.
So what do you do on the floor to help yourself recover while you're waiting, for the last athletes to come in?
For a workout like this, I would always have in a shaker bottle, I'd put carbs, or even better, I would have coconut water. So there's electrolytes in there. I'd put protein powder, and then I always call them my little power pellets. I just had these little like kid packet things of raisins. They're incredible for recovery. They're really quick sugar to get in. Adding in the electrolytes, maybe even add a little bit of salt if I know I'm going to sweat a lot into my protein shake, and actually bring that with you to the floor. Because if you think about it, if you're out there now, he's still waiting on the floor. You have to wait for everybody to finish the workout to be able to go back to the back. And that's time that's wasted that you're not getting for recovery. So having it there out there on the floor can serve to his advantage.
Jeffrey Adler finished 9 minutes ago.
Yeah. That's enough for a 5-minute cool down and start getting your nutrition in.
Jump back on the bike.
Yep.
But you can see he's holding his water bottle there. I would be willing to bet some money that he's got carbs in there.
Great performance from Jeffrey Adler. Unofficial time of 33:58.
Used to seeing Jeff Adler and a few of these other names here in the first heat, but you know what? It didn't stop him from really putting his foot down on the gas pedal. Jeff established himself early out on those runs with the weight vest. First athlete to that halfway mark, ditching the vest. And it was pretty smooth sailing from there on out. He was in your lead, and he cruised his way to a Heat 1 win, and it's going to be a tough time for anyone to top.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
A bounce back performance that we were hoping we were going to get, and we did get it. Jeffrey Adler with a heat win in workout number 3, Project 1, and he is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Jeremy. Jeff, just another unbelievable finish on an endurance event that involves running. Halfway through, you threw your T-shirt at this interview area. Was that the point you knew you were going to be coming here doing a Heat Winners interview?
Oh, not at all. I just tried to put it somewhere where no one would slip on it.
Talk me through preparation for this, because it's something that you've worked very hard on, and to see it pay dividends regularly throughout competition, what's that mean?
I mean, I've been doing a lot of long stuff lately, so, I mean, I had to go for it. And being in the first heat, I had to put up a time that's really hard to beat. I had some time stealers over there trying to see how fast I was going, so I just hope that they can't do it.
Do you think any of them are going to beat you on that? Because that was a solid time. Will Morad didn't think he'd see anyone go under 35.
Oh, I mean, if they want to, I guess they can, but they might jeopardize their weekend, so go for it.
How did you plan your own pacing?
All by feel. The watch doesn't work here. I'm trying some new stuff this weekend, so this was just by feel, and I got in the groove by the 3rd or 4th round. I was like, well, just keep the pace, and it's almost done.
Things are a bit different for you. I can imagine you're not overly used to being in the opening heat. How's that impacting your approach to tackling these workouts?
Yeah, it's a good challenge. I mean, I have to put up times that are competitive for the first heat, which I wasn't able to do yesterday, but I'm hoping that I can start doing it throughout the rest of the weekend.
Off the back of an incredible performance at the Rogue Invitational, how is the body holding up?
I mean, it's there, so I'm doing what I can.
You're doing great. Obviously, the battle for a pro card is well and truly on after missing tour stop 2. What does success look like for you?
I mean, the top 20 would be nice, but if I can hit the highest position that I can, then I'll be happy with that. But yeah, top 20 is the minimum goal.
Love it. You were epic out there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Jeffrey Adler. And Kat, you've probably been through that a million times. The body is just there. It's just hanging on.
I was trying not to laugh on that because, yes, as athletes, sometimes that just is the case. It's not feeling good. It's been a very long season for these athletes, a lot of competition. He had an incredible performance at Rogue. And so to also add on coming back here, he's competing, and I'm sure he's looking forward to some much needed time off over Christmas.
For sure. And Kat, thank you so much for dropping by. We're going to catch up with you later on the OTP live desk with Annie, Seth and Derek a little bit later on. And you get to break down everything that's happened on Project 1 for our 4 heats. But great to have you here, and thanks for your insight. And we look forward to our second heat coming up of our pro men up next. Heat number 2 coming up very shortly here at Bella Arena. It is day number 2 of the World Fitness Finals and part of the inaugural World Fitness Project for 2025. Jeremy Austin and Tommy Marquez with you. And as Katrin Davidsdottir leaves us, we are very fortunate once again to have another special guest, Victor Hoffer. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing good.
We have seen some remarkable stuff from Jeffrey Adler, unofficial time of 33:58, and the time to beat for our second heat as we're about to welcome our second heat onto the competition floor and find out if that time is going to stand.
Tudor Magda, Baku, Romania.
Guilherme Malheiros, Rio de Janeiro, Brasil.
Jack Farlow, Waterloo, Canada.
Jelle Hospe, Isehem, Belgium.
Jonne Koski, Pori, Finland.
Roman Krenikov, Cookville, United States.
James Fragg, Coeur d'Alene, United States of America. Justin Medeiros, Boise, United States.
Ricky Garrett, Wollongong, Australia.
Dallin Pepper, Utah, United States of America.
Travis Mayer, Atlanta, United States.
Ty Jenkins, Missouri, United States.
Colton Mertens, Iowa, United States.
Emma Smith, Kansas City, United States.
Aniel Lecay, Zarauz, Spain.
Our second heat hitting the competition floor. Project 1 ahead of us. And our lane assignments. And Jonne, what an exceptional day yesterday. 2 firsts and a second. And currently leads the way ahead of overall leaders coming into competition. James Sprague, Roman Krenikov.
I think this is going to be a fast heat because you have some of the best runners in the sport, some of the best athletes from an aerobic standpoint. Ricky is definitely one of those. He can sprint, he can run for distance, he can run with a vest. Jonne, typically across his career, has also been phenomenal with a lot of the longer aerobic events as well. So, and then you have guys like Roman and James that were your overall leaders coming into the weekend for tours and are starting to make that climb, are going to need to, very similar to Adler in that first heat.
I'm sure Ricky Garrett is noting exactly the pace that Jeffrey Adler was running. Now pressure on Jonne. He just took a deep breath before he leads the charge by 56 points on the Copenhagen leaderboard, puts himself into contention for a pro card for 2026. Underway. And the pressure gets started. And the first of our movements, this is the Concept 2 bike erg. Jonne in the orange. Justin Medeiros in those pink shoes. Ricky Garrett in the white shoes. Interestingly, choosing to dispense with the shirt and just go with a vest. But this is Pro 3. It is Project 1. And we have run this right across the season. And a 50-minute time cap.
Yep, they're going to start on this C2 bike. The men will do 60 calories before an 800-meter run, then a 120-meter dumbbell farmer carry with 45-kilo dumbbells in each hand. Another run, 60 calories on the ski, 800-meter run. They're going to ditch the vest, and then it's sandbag step overs, run, calorie row, run, sandbag hug carry, run, and then finally to the finish.
Blueprint, this presented by 511.
I think Kat characterized it well, that the most difficult movement mentally is the box step overs. So having very measured, calculated steps, keeping that cadence, no wasted shuffles, no extra steps, can help you be very efficient and get through that turning point and then save a little gas for later. 4 out of the last 5 movements are unweighted. We're talking runs and work on the rower. That's a good opportunity if you've saved some in the tank to really make a push for some of the athletes who are struggling.
Damper setting for Ricky Garrard up around 7, and the pace around 1,500 calories per hour. Victor Hoffer, it is wonderful to have you in here with us. I'm sure you'd love to be out there on the competition floor, though.
Yes, of course, I would love to. Unfortunately, I injured in Phoenix, but I will be probably there next year.
And looking at a longer test like that, for you, what stands out immediately when you see the lineup of movements and the fact that we do have the weighted vest?
I mean, it's a good question. I think the weighted vest are most likely like people who are big and tall using better than short people. So the first part maybe advantage a bit bigger people like James Pratt we just saw, he just came in first. But let's see. I'm interested as well Ty Jenkins, who performed very well yesterday, to see how he's going to be on this event. It's going to be a good indicator.
Victor, as you did mention, James Sprague out early, ahead of Roman Krenikov and Ricky Garrard, and Ricky already overtaking Roman. And I'm sure Ricky will not want to be sitting in second for very much longer. Dallin Pepper, Justin Medeiros. I was so impressed with Medeiros yesterday in the pool. His technique, absolutely impeccable. Adventure ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511. Scan that QR code on your screen. There's Ty Jenkins in the orange t-shirt. Jack Farlow, Chandler Smith. And Ricky, right smile from James Sprague as Ricky heads past. Well, we saw this with Tour Stop #1 and Ricky leading the charge and able to set the pace.
He's what I would call a downhill athlete. He is unafraid to just open everything up full bore and dare people to chase him. I think maybe that comes from his bike background, his BMX, and the way he kind of approaches life in general. He doesn't care that he's maybe going out too hot. He's, you know what, I'm going to trust myself. I'm going to go out hot and dare you to come and catch me.
We've got a saying in Australia. It's called mongrel.
Mongrel, yeah, yes. I didn't want to say it because I just don't know the full context of that.
Just like a rabid dog, get after it type. Yeah, really aggressive.
I think that's what, in this second phase of his career, has really endeared Ricky to a lot of fans, right? Like, he understands that, hey, I'm going to try and maximize my opportunities here, and I'm willing to take shots even if that means I crash and burn sometimes.
Test yourself and see what happens. Medeiros currently sitting in second on the Copenhagen leaderboard behind Jonakoski. Ty Jenkins in third. All the athletes vying for a pro card for season 2026. So Victor, once we look at this 50-minute capped workout, are we talking wheelhouse? Are we talking completely miserable for you?
For me, it will be not great. That's kind of the workout I have to work a lot on. My running capabilities are not really great so far, but I'm working on it. And will be good one day, but yeah, I will not like it this one.
A lack of gymnastics movements.
Yeah, exactly.
Ricky Garrard getting to work. And James Sprague currently leading the season leaderboard. And you're vying for pro cards. Every performance at every tour stop's got to be important. And how frustrating is it to be missing workouts in Tour Stop 2 and also here in the finals? for you to, like, looking forward to next year?
Yeah, for me it was hard specifically because I wanted to try some swim workout. I think I'm decent in water. And yeah, I really enjoy like snatching as well and the workout from yesterday with a parallel handstand push-up. But I guess it's some workout we could see next year as well.
So let's talk about those handstands from yesterday. Is that something that you would address as a strict handstand push-up, or would you still go to the kipping movement even though you have got the capability to do it?
Of course I will go with skipping, yeah. I think it was as well a big grip workout, so I have to manage this.
James Sprague jumping just ahead of Ricky Garrard, but he won't be there for long. Jelle Hoster. A very powerful performance in 1B yesterday, finishing on the ski erg, the 50 calories at the pool. Roman Krenikov about 15 meters behind Jelle Hoster. Justin Medeiros will be next out.
And I would expect to see Jelle and Roman really start to separate themselves and be more towards the front of the pack alongside Ricky and James as this goes along. They both struggled mightily with the deficit handstand push-ups yesterday, both Jelle and Roman, and this is a little bit more up their wheelhouse in terms of the weighted vest, the step overs, a lot of the machine work. And they're going to have to, because we talked about the box step overs is probably the most difficult, taxing part of this workout. James Sprague won Chad at the games just a couple of years ago, which is 1,000 of those box step overs. So you know that's something that he could perform at the highest level at.
I'm just noticing that Ricky's not passing James Sprague, but sitting there just over his shoulder, and I'm sure the breathing is going to be fairly heavy, so he knows that Ricky's just behind him. Is that something you do in competition to try and put off someone in front of you?
Yeah, sometimes it's comfortable spot to be behind someone. For me, it will be not in running because I'm not a good runner, but in whatever kind of workout, gymnastic workout or skills workout, it's still good to be sometimes behind, specifically not at the end of the workout, at the beginning. It can be a good help, and then just like, Ricky gonna sprint at the end like how to do.
Now the benefit of Ricky Garrard and James Sprague, they can pace off each other. Jeffrey Adler in heat number 1 had no one to pace off because he was way out in front nice and early. Is that harder to try and pace yourself, or is it just easier having someone along who's going to be pushing you the whole way?
I think definitely it was a hard part for Jeffrey Adler to be alone. I think it will enjoy more to be there, but maybe he set just a really hardcore times to beat, and we will see how it's pay off for those both.
Jelle Hoster jumping into third, and very long strides, something as a taller athlete yourself, Victor, a little bit easier to get into that rhythm and try and minimize the fatigue levels, especially with that vest on.
Yeah, Jelle Hoster definitely loves those type of workouts. I know it was excited for this one.
Ricky, thinking about the inside pass of James Sprague. And Ricky just looking over to the left and exactly what he's got to do next. And it is the 60 cal ski. Sprague will get to work first. Sprague 1, Garrard 2, and Hoster in third. Krenikov coming in as well now, who'll just come through the background behind your 1 and 2.
Well, Sprague, you can see a little bit different body positioning than Ricky on that ski erg. Ricky a little bit more hinge at the hip, letting his chest fall forward. Sprague at the beginning was a little bit more upright. You see a little bit more bend at the knee, kind of sinking his hips down towards his heels. As another taller athlete, sometimes it's a little bit easier because if you can get that full extension and get those handles up to the top, you just kind of sit down a little bit and let your natural body weight pull those handles.
I was going to say, with that vest, the more body weight that's anteriorly loaded, it should be easier to get that weight, get the handles down. But are you putting more pressure on the front of your body?
It also depends, too, how your legs are feeling, right? Like with the way James is going right now, by sinking his hips back and bending at the knees, putting a little bit more pressure and a little bit more fatigue on the quads. Something that you're going to have to use in the box stepovers and in your running.
That's an aggressive pace.
Yeah.
During this workout, it's pretty sick.
They're doing a lot of threshold training like this at this pace to prepare yourself for competition. It's got to be difficult to try and get to that red line mark without pushing the boundaries too much and falling in a heap.
Yeah, definitely. I think those athletes know very well what they have to do. Definitely, but that's kind of very impressive to hold the pace on the skis. They have so much things to do still after that, so yeah.
The next run coming up after the 60 cal ski. The athletes will dispense with the 511 weight vests, and the back half of Project 1 will see an unweighted second part. All chasing down that time unofficially of 33.58. Jeffrey Adler from heat number 1. Adler, 33.57 in fact, the official time.
So Ricky take over James Pratt on the ski. But impressive.
I will say this, I think Ricky has gotten so much better in recent years of not going full blast all the time and burning up. Jeremy, I believe you were there on the call when Ricky's first qualifying event back at the Torian Pro, just buried himself on the opening workout. And I think it was him trying to figure out how to kind of control that competition adrenaline again.
After so long out and coming back, he put himself like massively into a body bag, and he was with the medics for a very long time. Bit of fluids, and he bounced back and he said, okay, I know what I should have done, but I didn't do that. But let's head down to the competition floor. We have got Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Jeremy. I have been chatting with Chandler Smith's team. Now, having watched the opening heat, the plan was to be really conservative when he was in the vest, running the 800 meters in about 3:50. This is a guy who really knows his pacing, right? He got heavily into the high rock season, does a lot of threshold training. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, amongst the best in the world, those 350s turned into 335s. We're not cause for concern just yet. They still think that he'll hit that box step over feeling fresh, but a little bit faster than planned.
Absolutely scary times.
Yeah, and as she said that, Chandler was leaving the floor, and he actually took some nutrition in. He had a squeeze packet, and he took down an entire squeeze packet in maybe 4 steps and was out the door, so hoping to get a little extra boost.
I'm not sure if you just saw it, but Victor and I were watching what James Sprague and Jelle Hoster were doing, and they've done a sort of a pirouette spin around to come back down on the run.
That's something we saw in IROX. Some people was doing it.
With the farmer's carry and the kettlebells, they've just done it unweighted, so they've done a pirouette spin to come back, which is
interesting.
A little weird, but anyway, whatever works.
And I don't know if you saw, but Jelle Hoster grind a lot on the ski, just past Roman Krennikov and almost James Sprague now.
Sprague just seems to have slowed down a little.
But it is, look at the contrast of strides, right? I think that's just difference in how they approach it. Jelle has always had a little bit longer, a little bit more, I don't want to say lumbering, but it looks that way because obviously he's a very accomplished runner. They just have a different approach to how their stride length and how they run. Both finding ways to be successful, though.
Medeiros and Magda, and here comes Chandler Smith at turnaround point. Ty Jenkins not far away, as is Dallin Pepper. Ricky Garrard now coming back into Bella Arena. We're here at the Convention Center for day number 2, the World Fitness Finals. And it's only a 10-second lead back to Jelle Hoster and James Sprague. The good news for Ricky Garrard is that vest is about to come off.
Oh, yeah. And I think this is going to be key here. How does he manage the box step overs?
As you mentioned, James Sprague winning Chad 1000. So Ricky really needs to get to work and get a couple of reps in the bag to start.
And you also don't want to chalk things up to just natural body shape as well. But for James and Yella, it is going to be a little bit easier to step up over that box because the height of the box relative to their hip height is just so much lower.
James Sprague doing this easy.
Yeah, no problem.
60's a lot easier than 1,000.
And you can see him favoring one side just a little bit more, but you know he's in a good rhythm when that foot, the second foot to come down, it's just a quick tap and go. It's not, you're not taking the full time to let the heel hit. You're not rocking back and trying to generate momentum like we saw BK doing a little bit in that previous heat. It is toes touch, right back up. That also means the foot that's planted on the ground is remaining solely under tension for a little bit longer. So it is faster, obviously, but that also means you have to kind of have that leg endurance to hold that.
I'm just thinking, has Ricky Garrard gone out a little bit hotter on that last 800 because he knows he's going to take a bit of a hit on these box step overs to James Sprague?
Yeah, I think maybe he was like, hey, I want to go into a movement that I know will favor them, putting them behind the 8 ball just a little bit.
If you look at everything that's coming up for Ricky Garrard and the things that have passed, this is probably going to be the probably most fatiguing aspect of the entire workout.
Yeah, I think definitely here it's a big deal for Ricky. As we can see, James Sprague is pushing a lot and definitely gonna have a bit time in front after those. And let's see how we can catch up after. It's gonna be an interesting point of the workout.
And one thing to keep in mind, too, a lot of these athletes have runners on, right? A little bit more cushion on the shoe, which provides a little bit less stability on things like box step overs when you're moving laterally, especially because the run shoes aren't necessarily designed to have that lateral support. They want you going in a straight line.
It was a great shot before of James Sprague, Justin Medeiros, and Ricky Garrard. That pace of James Sprague powering forward. He's going to be first finish, and there's the judge's hand in the air already. And Ricky Garrard with that 10-second lead. We knew this was coming. And Sprague,
impressive.
Very impressive.
And coming into this implement, the leader, Ricky and James, are effectively about 24 seconds ahead of Adler on pacing. So they had a little bit of a buffer to work with, and that's a good performance from Ricky. So Ricky didn't have the best finish at Chad a few years back, but that's because he rolled his ankle and fell off of the box.
Sprague now with a 20-second lead over Hosta, who jumps into second, and Ricky Garrard back to third. But if that's the only hit that Ricky's going to take, he's taken it, and now we progress forward. There's still plenty to go.
I actually think Ricky's in a good spot. I think everyone right now in the top 3 is exactly where they want to be. I think James feels like this is an opportunity for him to lead from the front. I think back to the handstand walk double under from Mesa, where James led from the front from the outset in his heat and was able to run away with it. For Yella, I think maybe having that pass on the step overs was a big boost for him. And for Ricky, too, being able to chase someone, I think might be a good motivator.
But he gets to have a look exactly where Yella Hosta and Ricky Garrard are, and ahead of time. The benefit that these athletes have is to know exactly where Jeffrey Adler hits and how to beat it. Garrard and Hosta
Right now, James Sprague.
There's that spin again.
50 seconds ahead of pace. Hey, you know what? It looks nice.
Ricky's probably going, what are you doing?
We dancing? What's going on? We doing this?
Let's refresh. Project 1, it is workout number 3 for our pro men. And with a 50-minute cap, they're about halfway through.
Jonekowski as well managed to do a very good box step up. We can see grind a lot. I check about the compared to the other athletes, so good for him.
Right now, you see on the left-hand side of your screen, these athletes are through the step overs on the first 800-meter run of the second portion. So approaching the calorie row once they get back into the arena.
And Ricky working pretty hard on those step overs and using that first 400 just to recover a little bit. You mentioned before, Victor, the recovery portion, and then you get to push after. Yep. Sprague. Back into Bella Arena.
Just continually impressed by James's capacity that he's been able to build and maintain across a multitude of skills over his career. I think back to 2021, the West Coast Classic. James at semifinals. He gets clipped at the line by Cole Sager, just missing out on an event win for the ruck run. Very similar with the vest, running long endurance type. But he didn't have the other skills to back it up, so he ultimately fell outside of a qualifying position that weekend. Now we see him, doing well in the longer endurance events, doing well with the skills, and really kind of building himself into, for some people believe he's the best in the sport right now on any given weekend.
Now just looking at what's coming ahead for James Sprague, 2 runs and a sandbag carry. I'm not sure that the other 2 can make up 20 seconds in any of that. Now time to beat 33:57. which is just over 10 minutes from now. Di Malheiros on the left of screen leaving. As Krenikov comes back in.
James as well really love to row, so it's going to be a good point for him on this station. So I think he can take the event win for today.
Sprague rowing at about 1550 calories per hour.
A little Sprager jersey.
And consistency across the season. James Sprague has had that pretty much in every competition he's gone in.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about, who the best in the sport is. We mentioned with Kat how it's not as predictable anymore. Who's going to win get one given event? I think you could argue that across the entirety of the calendar year in 2025, James has had maybe the best year of any male athlete.
I agree, yeah.
Focus, the grit, determination of James Sprague. Hot on the heels of your top 3 is Roman Krenikov in 4th position. Ricky Garrard ahead of Yalahosta coming in on the run, but Yalahosta in lane number 4, so getting to the road quicker. Ricky will probably have a benefit of coming off at the same time and staying ahead of Yalahosta as James Sprague.
About 43 seconds ahead of Adler's pace getting off the row, so he is still maintaining a good clip ahead of Jeff in Heat 1.
Keep in mind that Jeff's last 2 runs were exceptionally fast. And Sprague having no one to pace off either. Does he let off a little bit?
He's going to have to push. Adler got off the row at 25:50. So keep that in mind right here as we see hands coming up. Hosta's going to be close.
Little bit ahead, yes.
The Yellow Hosta, Ricky Garrard race is going to be awesome. Ricky with some work to do.
So all 3 of the top athletes in this heat ahead of Adler's pace getting to this run.
Sprague 30 seconds ahead now, extending that lead. Mertens heads back into Bella Arena. Sprague out on his own. And doesn't look like he's moving that fast, but with a 30-second lead. Looks like he may be starting to hurt a little bit. Let's see if that spin comes into play again, Victor.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Isn't that just something else you have to practice?
Yeah.
Not just run around and keep going.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's interesting.
But, you know, if you've ever run, you know, gassers or liners or whatever you call it in sprints, there is specific footwork for it to make those transitions faster as well. I mean, right now, the two fastest guys, oh, Yella didn't do it that time.
No.
I was going to say the two fastest guys in this heat so far have done it, so.
Maybe that extra fatigue.
Yep.
Wonder what my feet are going to do this time. And Ricky just holding steady behind Yella Hosta, who is in second, but James Sprague making his way back in. One more run to come. Yella Hosta just checking, probably checking time and checking heart rate. Or is that something you monitor as you go along in an endurance event, what your heart rate's doing?
Not necessarily. I'm not doing it. I know some people, they do, but like, it's really depends. Yeah. Like we can see Ricky's not doing it, neither.
I think it depends on what kind of athlete you are too, right? Like, so for some, the mental structure of having that information is a relief. For others, it's a burden.
True. I'm like you, Victor. I go by feel. If I can feel my heart pumping out of my chest, I know I've got to slow down.
Yeah. I just looked down at my watch, says hi.
Hi, stop.
Yeah.
Sprague coming in now. The time, 33.57, our one to beats. Our sandbag carry. Sprague getting underway.
So Adler technically gained ground on that. Sprague lost about 20 seconds on his split time compared to Jeff Adler. He's still 20 seconds ahead, though.
Adler taking plenty of breaks in the sandbag carry as well towards the end.
I think we're going to see a little back and forth here. I think James will pick up some time on the sandbag, and we'll have to see how much he has in the tank, because Adler ran just as well as I think anyone's going to run on that last 800 meters.
Wow, he is very fast on the sandbag. Huh?
You could see his interlocked fingers there without the bag necessarily having to be hiked up high on the chest. That means he can just kind of let the bag sit on the natural weight of his hands, and it's not impeding his breathing. It's not up high on his chest.
Does it come down to stubbornness? I'm just not going to put the sandbag down.
Yeah.
The last run from Jeffrey Adler was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Sprague getting after it.
Ricky just dropped the bag.
Yeah, Ricky Garrard taking a break. I thought he would go unbroken. Hosta, that bag looked like it's about to slip out.
Come on.
And some good fast feet from Yella Hosta to maintain that position. Oh, it is slowly working its way to the ground. Yella Hosta.
Oh, look at, he's paying for it right now.
Now 40 seconds behind James Sprague. 33.57 is our time to beat. James Sprague looks like he is on song to beat that. Garrard has got to have a very decent run here to try and catch Jelle Hoster. And Sprague trying to catch Colton Mertens.
I mean, that's a benefit for him, right? Like, he didn't have anyone to pace off of. And even though he's lapping Colton and not necessarily in competition with him, as far as this time is concerned, it's a mini goal of like, hey, I want to get ahead of this person.
Well, Kat mentioned it before in the first heat. Those mini goals are just what keeps driving you throughout the long time frame of an event like this. Sprague just holding steady.
You see how the width of the lane widens out here? That's a good passing opportunity, right? You start to plan out, all right, where are the opportunities for me to pass people? As it widens out, we're not necessarily kind of shoulder jockeying for position.
.33.57. That time is going to be smashed by James Sprague as Medeiros heads out. Hoster in second. Ricky Garrard just easing off now, knowing that he's going to take third in the heats and probably could take fourth overall.
Can't let off too much. I mean, if he opens up the jets a little bit, there's still a chance he could be pushing for Adler's time.
Sprague in control. And he's going to be about 40 seconds ahead of Jeffrey Adler's time. And what a performance, and set it up well with those box step overs. James Sprague, 33.10. I knocked it out of the park. Yes, sir.
Saw James do that on the barge at Wadapalooza a few years ago, kind of becoming his celebration. And just couldn't have captured it better. He knocked that one out of the park.
The bounce back that Jelle Hoster needed, especially after workout 2 last night here in Bella Arena. Hoster is going to beat Adler's time by about 10 seconds.
Incredible performance.
Impressive from two of our taller athletes. Adler will be third and Ricky Garrard will take fourth. And Ricky's still looking very composed in his running style. Now, Victor, is this something you do as Ricky finishes in 34.17? You know you can't overtake Jelle Hoster. You know you're not going to beat Jeffrey Adler's time. Do you just back off a little and sort of try and save a little bit for what's coming up later on in the next couple of days?
I think like it's what already we just saw with him. I think he knew he's not going to beat Jeffrey's time, so he just keep his running like not faster than he did, just a normal pace like he did. And I think that's the things I will do as well.
And you saw the difference in how he crossed the finish line, right? Like he kind of threw his fingers up. I'm good.
I'm happy.
James walked across and celebrated, no problem.
Jelle fell over the line.
Collapsed across.
Ibarra, time of 36 minutes, 30 seconds. So 36:31 official time. Can Medeiros get in under that time? As Mertens and Malheiros get to work.
And this is a good result from Justin. He's been battling some kind of nagging injuries over the last few years. One of the things that kind of fell by the wayside for him was running. He's started to get back on the mend. He's feeling healthy again. He's been able to kind of implement some running protocols. So this is a good finish for him.
Yeah, really good.
Medeiros in. Jack Farlow is Continuing to surprise us as we go along competition in our second day. Dallin Pepper is next. 36 minutes down. He'll be ahead of Chris Ibarra as well.
And that's something Farlow has worked on too. You see him do some high rocks races, doing some hybrid training, kind of work on some of those holes on the aerobic side.
Ty Jenkins. Another one of those athletes very good at swimming and backing it up being good at running.
Yeah, very young.
And he'll be just outside that time of Chris Ibarra by 2 seconds. Ty Jenkins and Yola Kai coming in all the way down to lane 15 and gets finished up. Chandler Smith will be next. Maya with a great result in workout 2 last night. And all getting ahead of Bjorn Carl Goodmanson. Tudor Magda. Oh, Tudor Magda is going to beat BKG as well, being in lane 1. And there we go. Jack Farlow jumping straight back on the bike to start recovering.
Yep.
Jonakowski, 2 firsts and a second yesterday. Wasn't the fastest swimmer. That was down to Lucy Campbell.
Yeah. That was sick.
But
I would make a shirt that would say, I beat Jonna. And I would wear that around.
I beat all the men.
Yep.
The old Sam Briggs, Brent Fikowski run from many moons ago.
Oh, yeah. How could you forget?
And still 12 minutes till we hit our time cap. Interesting the way athletes are recovering, some choosing to sit, some walking around.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to do bike after a hard effort for the blood flow and everything. I mean, and some enjoy more, like James is just chilling.
But I've been impressed with what Justin Medeiros has been able to do. Like we've known over the season that James Sprague has been doing well, Ricky's been doing well. Justin, we just haven't had that result that we wanted or expected from him, and he's really delivering in the first couple of days.
Yeah, and I think we started to get just a little inkling of that, the way he finished Rogue on a high note. You know, obviously didn't get the win, but, you know, making the podium. And I think that's a big confidence boost for him. You know, he's just trying to rebuild and refine that championship form. You know, Katrin said that sometimes you feel like you have to innovate or change something to stay on top. And I think we're seeing Justin just starting to recapture that top form.
Yeah.
Colton Mertens, our second last athletes to come in. He's down all the way in lane 13. So he will traverse almost the full length of Bella Arena before he heads into his lane. And it'll be sub 40, which is still 10 minutes underneath the time cap. And we spoke about it with Kat early. Will Morad with the programming, extending that time cap to ensure that everyone finishes all the work.
And everyone will finish with Guy being the last person on the floor. And, you know, he's
pushing hard. And he's going to be in lane 2. He's just going to miss that 40-minute mark. 40-1.
He's smiling because he also knows there's a max snatch later tonight.
Yes.
That was his appetizer.
Yes, that's right. But James Sprague, what a performance.
Did the shirt make it to you?
Jeffrey Adler threw down the gauntlet from Heat 1, putting up a time, daring people to catch him, and James Sprague answered the call. Great battle early on with Ricky Gerard and Jelle Hoste. After the box step overs and ditching that vest, James was able to take the overall lead from Ricky, and he would never look back. Staying about 40 to 45 seconds ahead of Adler all the way through the finish, and another win for James Sprague.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Incredible performance from James Sprague, our fastest time. And that will progress James up that leaderboard nicely for Copenhagen. But more importantly, the season leaderboard, which he is leading. And that will maintain his spot up the top. So let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith standing by with James Sprague.
James, another clinical performance from you in a running event. To what extent do you have Jeff Adler's time in your head when it came to your pacing?
Oh man, this weekend's long. Unlike the other tours, we have 10 events that add up. So I just wanted to try and put my best foot forward while also keeping that in mind at the same time. But my pace I knew was going to be enough. So I just focused on executing my splits and running my race, literally.
To what extent could you lean on the back of your hybrid training? I know you've done Ironmans and Hyroxes this year. That must have paid off.
For sure, yeah. I like to diversify myself. I feel like fitness is a spectrum. It's like so fun to be on both ends, be able to go as fast as possible and as long as possible. So I feel like that diversity has also boded me well for an event like this to be able to handle any variety they throw at us, which is cool.
I feel like trainer choice was quite an awkward one, given the softbox step-ups, the sandbags, but also the running. What do you come to in terms of a conclusion?
Oh, were you saying shoes or shorts? Shoes, yeah. I figured, the run volume and the Metcon volume, you could say, or the stations, added up to be about the same amount of time worked at it. Someone could check my splits, known and knowable. You could probably see how long each thing took. But I figured, my running, if I could execute that well, I could figure out how to do all the other stuff, and I'm a really good runner. So got the Pro 4 on from Adidas, and, it makes me stride real well, so I'll keep it on.
Lovely stuff. Now, you came in leading the overall standings. You're trying to keep it. Justin Medeiros is coming. Roman Krenikov is coming. How do we keep them at bay? Plenty more points to come.
Yeah, I think tonight's going to be, a big night for me if I can execute the snatch and hit a PB. I think it's going to set me up for a great rest of the weekend, and I'm just leaving it in God's hands at this point and letting him do the work through me.
I love it. Great job out there.
Thank you guys so much for being here. Europe, you're amazing.
I second that. Europe, you are amazing.
They are.
What a place to live, Victor.
And I will second that. Our buddy Mike Halpin from Known and Noble will probably have the split times pretty quickly.
He's already got them up.
Yep.
Yeah. He's working hard. Victor, thoughts on Project One?
Yeah, very, very interesting. I like it. I hope we're going to see some of these things next year as well on the World Fitness Project or whatever. And yeah, very interesting to see how those athletes came, and very congrats to James Sprague, who put a great show.
More gymnastics.
Yeah. Just a bit of handstand walk during, and it's all good.
Tommy, talking about we're moving forward now to the second part of day 2. How does it roll out for the next 2.5 days?
Well, I mean, we're going to start with a very, very different workout compared to what we just had, right? We see, going off of what James said himself, fitness being this spectrum, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum on day 2. We have this long, grueling, 40-ish minute workout. And now we're going to go to 8 minutes, get as heavy as you can on a lift that's explosive, technical. It can be, quite honestly, frustrating if you're not dialed, and there's going to be athletes that are going to excel at both, and that's really what you're looking for.
It has been a great morning so far. Our elite teams and our pro men done and dusted for Project One, our third workouts of the competition. Day number 2 of the World Fitness Finals here from Bella Arena in Copenhagen. Victor Hoffer, thank you so much for dropping by. Hope you recover very fast, and all the best for what's coming. And we look forward to season 2026.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
On behalf of Tommy and Victor, Lauren Smith on the floor. We'll be back with our women coming up next. Day 2 of the World Fitness Finals here in Bella Arena, Copenhagen, in the inaugural season of the World Fitness Project for 2026. Welcome to it. We cast our attention to our pro women taking on Project 1, our third workout of the competition and the first of day 2 for our pro women. Jeremy Austin, Gabby McGower and Seth Page joining me for our 2 heats that are going to be coming up for our women. An incredible day 1 in the pool. And Seth, I don't think I've seen anything more remarkable than Lucy Campbell yesterday in the pool.
Yeah, she decided she was going to make a statement. She knew she was going to. She called her shots and then decided just to take home 200 points right out of the gate, which is a nice way to start things off, especially if you know you're going to have some stumbles along the way with the remaining 7 workouts to follow.
Taking a bit of a hit on workout 2 last night in a 23rd with those parallel handstand push-ups, but things progressing well for Lucy Campbell.
You have to assume that she probably knew that wasn't going to go well. Most of these athletes test these events as they're announced, and so when you get that sort of deficit and in practice it doesn't go as planned, you kind of pick it up in other places.
And Gabby, you're looking forward to throwing down with these girls next year?
You have no idea. Especially this workout, I feel like it should be named Gabriela Migawa. I love it.
Have you tested it?
Kind of. I mean, this morning I did actually 6 times 800, maybe without all the things between, but yeah.
And we have our overall standings for our season after our first two tour stops. There's a mouthful for you. It is Amy Kringle, 1,940 points. Erin Lowen into second. Lucy Campbell with that great performance yesterday, level with Emma Lawson. Emma Tall rounding out our top 5. And Lucy Campbell just dropping after that 23rd result yesterday. Laura Horvath still in the mix. And Brooke Wells with that great workout 2 finish.
I think people need to remember that 2 of the first 3 workouts we've seen have been in the pool, right? So we have all the mixed modality stuff still to come, the heavy lifting still to come, more high skill stuff still to come. So someone like Laura, you see kind of coming down the leaderboard a little bit. I don't think she's worried about it. She knows what she has to do, and we'll have that opportunity.
And she's known for bringing it in for the last day, so.
She sure is. The best always are, right?
Aren't they what? And we're getting ready to bring on heat number 1 of Project 1. It is our pro women hitting the competition floor for the first time today.
Maribel Gallardo, Málaga, Spain.
Noortje Bleker, Spanbroek, Netherlands.
Elena Carratalá, Villarreal, Spain.
Lisa Gaffey, Florida, United States. Ella Wilkinson, Wirral, United Kingdom.
Linda Keesman, Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Vår Turmamo, Hustadvika, Norway.
Danny Spiegel, San Diego, California, United States.
Ordenham, Modal, Norway. Manon Langonese, Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, Belgium.
Hannah Black, Texas, United States of America.
Jamie Chevry, Calgary, Canada.
Emily Rethwell, San Diego, United States.
Vivian Marie Christian, Soltau, Germany.
Amanda Fisher, Georgia, United States of America.
Women hitting the competition floor, Elena Simons. And a couple that we are going to keep our eye on. And this is really going to set the scene for a great pro women's competition. To the third and fourth days of competition. Ella Wilkinson, one to watch.
Yeah, she's known for her running. She did really well a couple years ago at semifinals in the running clean and jerk workout. And yeah, one of the things she's very excited about is holding that fast pace throughout the entire event.
And also Hannah Black, Danny Spiegel, getting ready to roll.
Both Hannah and Danny probably looking forward more to the next event. Just need to kind of hold on to mid-pack here to make sure that they're getting enough points.
Uda Ludekvam. The sparkles in the hair, Gabby. You'll be happy as Larry.
I can't stop staring at them.
Stand by.
Underway for the first workouts of day number 2 for our pro women. It is called Project 1, and we have got a 50-minute time cap and a lot of work to get done.
50 calories on the bike, 800-meter run, 120-meter dumbbell farmer carry, 800-meter run, 50 calories ski erg, 800-meter run, and that part is done in a 6-kilo weighted vest. The second part is 60 sandbag step overs, 800-meter run, 50 calorie row, 800-meter run, 120-meter sandbag bear hug carry, and 800-meter run.
A lot of work for these athletes to get through. And surprisingly moves a lot faster than what it reads. But this is the blueprint presented by 511.
Yeah, we're looking for measured steps. So when we get to those box step overs, we get to ditch the vest, but immediately have to pick up another load. So being as efficient as possible with each step, minimizing the distance the athletes have to travel, that's going to be key to their efficiency. And then saving for later. For the last 5 movements are unweighted, so it is a good chance to make a move if you know how to pace this properly and get to the back half of the workout with some energy in the tank.
2 of our men kicking things off, Jeffrey Adler and James Sprague, really set the world on fire. Jelle Hoster, Ricky Garrard up there as well. And pacing the run. How do you pace the run?
We know Fee suffered a bit of an injury coming into this weekend, but we also know that endurance is one of her stronger suits, especially in some of the more unweighted movements, gymnastics, and even she's a pretty decent runner. So be interesting to see how she holds it up together for this longer event.
I don't think you can put Fisa Garfi in a shot anywhere where she's not smiling.
No, she's got a great positive
great outlook.
Attitude. Yeah, always.
Carrying an injury, but smiling all the same. Ella Wilkinson, our athlete to watch. Vortham and Mo, no surprise to see anyone from the Krieger training group. But Ella Wilkinson out fast. Hannah Black.
Another athlete I'm really interested in is Nordra Bleeker, training with Andre Houdet, who's one of the most methodical coaches in the game that we've probably ever seen. And she's got a background as a competitive track athlete. So put all those things together, and they probably have a completely dialed-in plan for a workout like this.
50 minutes ahead of us. The gentleman in heat number 2 only needing 40 of the 50, but adventure-ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511, just scan that QR code on your screen. Uda Ludekvam and Hannah Black side by side. Linda Casemon, Emily Rethwell, Vivian Marie Christian. So going 2 by 2 by 3, but Ella Wilkinson getting ahead of Vortham and Mo.
You could just see the difference and the pace they're taking right from the start here. The people who are pushing the runs hard and the people who are trying to conserve, you can see it plain as day already in the first effort.
The weighted vest, obviously something you have trained a lot with, you've competed a lot with. Loose, tight, what works better for you? Is it better to go loose so you can breathe a little bit easier, or tighter so it doesn't move around? What works for you?
I usually keep it a bit more tight just because, especially in this event, there's a lot of running and the weight moving around and just kind of like hitting your chest is just very annoying and painful. So you want to make sure that it sticks to your body a bit more.
And for those women without T-shirts on, you've got a little bit more friction with that vest as well. Does that cause you grief or cause you dramas later on in competition?
Oh yeah, like whenever there's a weighted vest program, I always try to have an extra T-shirt. I have some bad experience in the past that I basically burned my whole skin from my back on my lower body just because I decided to go without the T-shirt.
You won't do that again.
Never again. Lesson learned. Exactly. Wow, good timing.
Alina Karathala jumping ahead of Valinda Casemon and Vivian Marie Christian. Manon Agones, Janie Chevary, Danny Spiegel and Amanda Fisher in the backgrounds. And although you're not going to win this workout with that first run, the athletes that did go the hardest did actually end up winning it. Ella Wilkinson is on the charge.
And Ella is known for being a really good runner, so maybe this is her strategy to get in front early on and then observe what's happening behind her.
And if she's confident in this one, she really needs to push, because she was one of those athletes in the challenger division that barely made the cut line to even make finals. So if she wants one of those top 20 spots at the end of the weekend, she's going to have to hold that lead and get as many points as possible.
That's what all the athletes are working towards at the end of Sunday afternoon, is that 2026 Pro Card. And having a higher spot in that top 20, it is important because financially it's going to become a lot easier to compete right across with all your travel accommodation all done for the season. Wilkinson.
And yesterday evening, athletes had a very grippy workout, and those dumbbells are not light at all. It's 32 kilos per hand, and you kind of want to do it unbroken.
One of the things I always stress to athletes if I was coaching them through something like this would be to try to get the back side of your hand on the back side of the dumbbell. So you can see them kind of hanging forward. They can use the dumbbell kind of pushed up against their hand for a little bit extra tension and grip on them. If you grip it in the middle, you're basically just squeezing it and that's all you got.
Now Linda Casemon making a big charge with these dumbbells. And Ella ignoring exactly what you said, Seth.
Looks like she actually switched it up. So she might be feeling it in one direction, did the exact opposite the other time. So she's trying to mix it up to save the grip.
Well, let's head down to the competition floor. We got Lauren Smith down there. What do you got, Lauren?
Hey guys, yeah, well, I've been sat next to Andre Houdet of No Shortcuts Training. He's coached to Nortje Blika, but also to Jelle Hoster. And I asked, was there any crossover between what you learned from Jelle in the men's to what they could tell and like give advice to Nortje going out there? And he said absolutely none. They're totally different athletes, right? So Jelle had every single split of Jeff's. He knew exactly what time he needed to leave, what time he needed to go back. Every single number was tracked on a watch. That is not how Nortje works. She just needs a very human approach, calm, collected, tell her to run her own race. She's been managing quite a severe ankle injury that consistently reoccurs. And he did say this was a bit more about survival for her in this workout. So it was very much just about building her confidence.
Different strategies for different athletes. And Jelle Hoster, there was absolutely nothing in the tank coming over the line, but beating Jeffrey Adler's splits and beating him over that finish line. And Pro 3, it is the Project 1 workouts, and the Farmer's Carry is done. This is the second last run with the weight vest. Emily Rethwell jumping into second position behind Ella Wilkinson and ahead of Vortham and Mo. Hannah Black and back to Uda Ludekvam. Now, Gabby, this track that you do see coming up, you can see exactly where everybody is. Is this something you look forward to or something that you don't because you know how close competitors are?
Oh, definitely. It's such an advantage to know what's going on the field. And you can use it, especially you are in the lead, you can use it as a buffer that, okay, I'm in a good position, I'm doing well. Because it's sometimes you can actually hear people breathing behind you.
For perspective's sake, in that first movement, the farmers carries, it took about 90 seconds only to get through it. So Ellie got through those farmers carries in 90 seconds, but you did see Emily Rethwell come right out at about the same time as her, which leads you to believe she may have been even faster than that through that first station.
Ella Wilkinson just ahead of Emily Rethwell, ahead of Vortham and Mo and Hannah Black. Uda Ludekvam coming out of one of the venues here at the Bella Arena. Massive facility and setting the scene for our tour stop final. And something we talked about and Lauren spoke to James Sprague about was choice of shoe. And he said he wanted something to run in rather than go through anything else because the running was going to be the major component to deal with. Ella Wilkinson comes back in.
I personally would choose something, not necessarily running shoes with a lot of cushioning, just because they have a lot of step overs with the heavy dumbbells, farmer carries, and I would feel that I'm falling, like they are too squishy, and I would definitely feel my calf getting tight with a lot of cushioning.
Wilkinson, only about a 10-second lead back to Emily Rethwell. Vortham and Mo will be next. As Wilkinson gets started on her ski erg, Emily Rethwell coming all the way down to lane 13. So she's done remarkably well to keep in touch with Ella Wilkinson.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind, too. When you watch them out on the run, you don't actually know what the lead is because they all have to come in through their own lane when they get back around. So there's a little bit of separation that you're going to see as they actually transition back to one of those next stations. So the runs matter. If you're leading in the run, you just want to make sure you have that same amount of lead or more as you transition from your station back to your run each round. That way you can keep track of whether you're gaining or losing ground.
Now, I like this from Ella Wilkinson. Getting those handles up to the full extension, coming as far down as she can. A little bit choppier and shorter for Hannah Black.
Hannah's a taller athlete, though, more leverage with each pull, so she may not have to reach quite as high to get as much power as some of the shorter athletes.
Uda Ludekvam on the far left in the black shirts. Not using her legs too much at all, more like a Romanian deadlift setup and just a big hip hinge.
And I love what Hannah is doing right now in the first part of the workout, because a small reminder, they're gonna drop the weighted vest after middle part of the workout. And Hannah is a bigger athlete, and having a vest during her run, I feel like it's an advantage because it's slowing down the smaller athletes on the run.
Ella Wilkins really going for it.
She's confident in her next ability to run, so she can actually push this and put a lot more energy into the ski, trying to get close to probably maybe even a calorie per pull, depending on how hard she's going, knowing that she'll be able to recover and still hold a good pace to follow.
Rethwell. I like that. She's going a short, choppy one and a longer one. So changing up her rhythm. Is that something you work on, or is that just something you go by feel?
It really depends on the distance. But yeah, I'm trying to change things up just to maybe trick my body. My head a little bit, that something is working more or less.
Over 1,000 calories per hour on the ski. Wilkinson will be first out. How far away is Emily Rethwell?
She only had about a 10-second lead on Emily approaching the ski, so we'll see what happens the second they head out to the next run.
The last run coming for Ella Wilkinson with the vest before she dispenses. The last 4 calories for Emily Rethwell.
2:50 on the ski for Ella. 2 minutes and 50 seconds for that.
Hannah Black not too far behind Emily Rethwell either. Vortham Moe. Rethwell is gone. Vortham Moe will battle with Hannah Black. Our ladies leaving relatively the same time.
Shoulder doesn't seem to be bothering her too much at the ski, still moving at a good pace.
Keep in mind, we have got some barbell overhead movement to get through later on this afternoon. And what I want to see is the running style and the pace of Ella Wilkinson once she does take that vest off.
It looks like Ella built about another 10-second buffer to Emily, who's in second still. Hannah Black, very impressive to hang with all the faster ladies out of the gate.
Great lead now from Ella Wilkinson. Rethwell in second, Vortham and Moe, Hannah Black. Uda Ludekvam, your top 5 from your first heats. One more heat to come, which will finish off Project 1. I'm discussing earlier with Tommy and Kat and Victor. That second day of competition is normally the day where you tend to make a move. We've got another 2 days to come. Where do you push? Do you push today? Do you wait till tomorrow? Or is it just how things fall and how the workouts are situated across the 4 days?
You can't really plan when you're gonna push. Like it's all for time. You kind of want to win all the workouts. So I think it really depends on your strengths and weaknesses, and you kind of gonna lean into whatever you are good at.
It's just funny how that always happens on the Saturday that athletes tend to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, also the first day of competition is a bit tricky. There's a lot of nerves, obviously. Before the first workout, there's no leaderboard. No one really know where it's standing on the leaderboard. So things tend to get better after first workout is done.
And sometimes, you know, the programming is front-loaded or back-loaded to your strengths or weaknesses. So you may know that the first half of the whole event's going to go poorly for you, and the second half's where you're going to make your points, or vice versa, and you may plan accordingly based on that.
And there's some athletes who struggle to be in the lead, for example. So they have all their things that they are very good at the first day of competition, but then they can handle the pressure of being a leader throughout the competition, and they kind of like falling apart when it's end of the competition. So it's very hard.
And that could easily be a mental thing when you just have, you know, your best events early, and then you kind of feel despair with, oh no, I have nothing left for me. How am I going to hang on to this? And you don't get to push as hard.
Ella Wilkinson with a 16th, 18th and 22nd comes in first and dispenses with the weight vest and gets to work on the sandbag stepovers. Another good run from Emily Rethwell.
Emily was about 8 seconds faster on that run, so she's actually picking it up as she goes. I wonder if that's part of her plan or if she's just trying to keep up with Ella.
Vortham and Moe in the blue pants, center of screen. Hannah Black making her way in. Very good tour stop 2 for Hannah Black. And Uda Ludekvam getting started. Wilkinson not spending much time on the ground, getting that secondary foot down, tap and go. Really good rhythm to get into.
We talked about efficiency in the blueprint, and this is kind of exactly what we're talking about. She doesn't waste any time by standing on one side. She just taps her toe and puts that foot immediately back up on the box. That's a near perfect rhythm on something like this.
And with this technique is more glutes focus rather than the quads. So I feel like it's a very good tactic to save your quads for the run.
19 minutes down, still an eternity to go, over 30 minutes. This is Pro 3, and it is Project 1.
And the workout is 50 calories on the bike, 800-meter run, 120 dumbbell farmer carry, 800-meter run, 50 calories ski erg, 800-meter run, and all of that was done in a weighted vest. Then athletes drop the vest and they have 60 sandbag stepovers, 800-meter run, 50 calorie row, 800-meter run, 120 sandbag bear hug carry, and finish with 800-meter run. Time cap for this workout is 50 minutes.
And looking at that entire list, which is a massive list, we earmarked earlier on with the pro men that this was going to be the most fatiguing and was going to take the most out of them. The efficiency that Ella Wilkinson has started with, just a little bit slower over the box, but that secondary toe tap on the ground, she's not messing around.
Well, we just saw Uda a second ago in the blue apparel, where she does the same sort of movement, but when she steps down, she actually takes a moment and pauses and then shifts her momentum back in the other direction. That actually takes significantly longer. It may only be half a second or so, but across 60 reps, you're giving up 30 seconds in a workout that, even though it's a long one, like that time really matters. You see it right there, that pause when her second leg hits the ground. That is substantial time that's being wasted because she's not getting that rhythm.
And I feel doing it like that, she's losing the momentum, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we saw that with BKG earlier this morning. Just that delay, but Ella Wilkinson on a mission and jumps ahead as Danny Spiegel heads in.
Ella just lapped Danny Spiegel. Danny went off for her last run in the vest, so she's a full station and now run behind.
And Emily Rethwell has made up probably about another 5 to 6 seconds on those stepovers, pulling her ever so close to Ella Wilkinson. Vortham and Mo about to finish off her stepovers, and Hannah Black will jump ahead.
It looks like I was wrong about Danny. She was actually just finishing her last run in the vest, and now she's also on the stepovers.
And that run from Hannah Black, just trying to recover a little bit. Stride length very short. Ura Ludekvam leaves. You look at this workout and you see the 60 stepovers and you know this is going to be the most grueling aspect. Mentally, as you get that finished, do you go, okay, good, it's downhill?
Pretty much, yeah, that's the longest part of the workout, and they are mostly done with all the work, so it's kind of time to start pushing. I mean, there's still a lot of work to do, but Ella looks amazing. She looks very fresh. It looks like she's in control of this workout, so you're gonna see a very strong finish from her.
Gabby, have you done a workout where you've taken the vest off in the middle? And if so, how much better does it feel to run with that vest off, even if you're mid 20 minutes into a workout?
That's a huge difference. So you have to make sure that you're not gonna run too fast, to be honest, because I mean, also in this workout, they kind of took the vest off, and then they needed to pick up the sandbag. So kind of
they reloaded themselves immediately,
exactly.
And then the first time they're doing anything is that run after.
Exactly.
Ella Wilkinson running freely. Very long stride length for Ella Wilkinson. In comparison, Emily Rethwell, who is in second, A shorter stride length for her. To wait for her to come through that doorway.
That is a substantial lead at this point in the workout.
Something similar to what we saw with Jeffrey Adler from heat number 1 of the pro men. Out in front and in control. Wilkinson won't be too long before she heads back inside Bella Arena. Ella Wilkinson is doing this easy. The difficult thing is trying to maintain a pace that's going to be competitive for both heats, not just this one.
Especially we have a lot of good runners competing in a second heat, so Ella really need to.
This is an interesting part of the workout because something like a row, especially for this many calories, it's not much, 50 calories. You don't really want to empty the tank even though you're close to the end because it's more likely you can make up a lot more time on the field on something like a sandbag carry or even the final run. If you push the row too hard, you can gas yourself to the point that you're setting down the sandbag longer, taking bigger breaks before picking it back up. It will cost you 3, 4, 5 times as much time that you may have saved on that row just by increasing that pace by a few seconds. So you have to really be careful at this point in the workout.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, you might gain extra 3 seconds over someone by going faster on the rower. On the other hand, on the run, you can gain so much more time.
And 3 seconds can be lost just by one extra hesitation setting the sandbag down in the next station. Just one time.
Vortham and Mo coming back in. Jumping back into that third position. She did take a hit on the stepovers, but back in control now of that third position. Your leader, Ella Wilkinson. Ahead of Emily Rethwell.
She looks comfortable. And she's got a over 30-second lead on Emily, and she looks really strong on that row.
Uda Ludekvam. Part of Team Krieger. Feels like half the field of athletes in Copenhagen are part of Team Krieger.
Certainly does.
They've got a big portion of the stand as well.
You can recognize them by spotting the sparkles.
Yeah, exactly. And a good pace from Ella Wilkinson, just under 1,100 calories per hour. And that is a very decent pace. Let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Thanks, team. I've just been for a little walk up the run track, and you'll notice that a number of the coaches are lining the gates to give information over to their athletes as they pass. Slightly stepped back from there is Simon Ashlund, part of the Krieger training crew, and I had a chance to speak to him about Vortham and Mo. Basically, this would have been a wheelhouse workout for her a couple of years ago. Her running capacity was insane, and we saw that at multiple CrossFit Games when she was competing as part of a team. However, they've really pulled her back from working on her endurance because it was so strong in the hope to level out her performance across the board. Obviously, whilst she may not be focusing on it, it's still paying off that level of history in the space, but you can tell she's a little bit frustrated not to be able to compete right at the top.
True story that, Lauren, and Vortham and Mo doing well on that second last run. Apologies. Third last run. Jumping back into that third position as Ella Wilkinson, your leader. Leaves her lane and will leave Bella Arena. For the short term, Emily Rethwell will be next out. Vortham and Mo will be third. And a good battle between Hannah Black and Uda Ludekvam.
And it looks like a tight race with all the ladies on the rowers, but realistically, this row is taking anywhere from 2.5 to 3 minutes to do, which is quite a difference depending on if they're just starting or getting ready to finish.
It looks as though Vortham and Mo may actually jump ahead of Emily Rethwell here. Talk about that endurance background, Lauren. I wouldn't worry too much about it. She's still got it.
Although you can see a tiny pain Pain face?
Is that, now let's talk about pain face. Is that something you want to show to spectators, to your competitors, to the broadcast? Or is that something that just pops out? You can't help it.
I mean, sometimes you can't really control it, but I think it's going to be very beneficial to be able to hide it. Also, you can trick your brain by just smiling and like giving signals to your brain like, we are fine, we are happy, we are enjoying this, we are not suffering at all. And also, like, if other competitors going to see that you are suffering, then they're going to get more confidence in themselves that they might overtake you.
That advice about smiling actually even work on common folks like me. In the middle of a workout in my class, if I can trick myself with a little smile, it makes it tolerable for an extra minute.
What are you tricking competitors? Pretend you're hurting. Oh, they're hurting. They push harder, then you go, ha-ha.
That's mind game.
Let's go.
That's deep. That's deep.
Yeah, like, I mean, maybe that was a small mistake, and Uda pushed a bit too early. I mean, we still have a lot of work to do, and she kind of picked up the pace on the rower already. And Emily is just right behind her, so I don't know if it was worth it.
Well, Ella's over almost a minute ahead of her nearest competitor at this point, almost a minute lead. And she's only continuing to build that lead.
Emily Rethwell, Vortham and Mo as Uda Ludwigvam comes into the hall next door to where we are. Hannah Black just about to come through that Red Bull tunnel. Wilkinson still looking really comfortable with her 800-meter run position. And coaches, this is a place where Lauren was talking about, the coaches have got an opportunity to give advice. Is that something you take in competition? Is that something you want?
Usually not. Like, usually I'm quite individual when it comes to being on the competition floor, and whenever I enter the competition floor, I know I'm on my own, and I have to make all the decisions and kind of be good at observing what's going on.
You're in the zone.
I'm in the zone.
You don't want to be disrupted.
I'm on the only one who knows how I'm feeling in the right moment. So you might come in with exact plan, what pace to hit and everything, but maybe it's not your day. Maybe the workout from the previous day affected your body too much, and you kind of need to adjust by feel.
Ella Wilkinson, second last run completes. The sandbag bear hug, 400 feet, 122 meters to come. And I have got no question that Ella Wilkinson is going to send this final 800-meter run. It's going to be a quick one.
Well, she actually slowed down her last 800 just a little bit. And I think part of the problem is that she's all by herself now. She's got no one on her heels, and now she still has to push knowing that there's a whole other heat of women coming. But where's she going to find that motivation? She's going to have to find it deep within herself because nobody is challenging her at this point. And like I said, a whole other half a field of women is coming to chase her time down. And they have the advantage of knowing her time. So they can now look up at the leaderboard, see where they're at. They can take that advice from coaches if they're writing down paces and things like that, tell them when to pick it up and back it down. So going first is actually a significant disadvantage.
And at this point, being in so much pain, the temptation of going slower because you are in the lead anyway, it's so strong. But I hope she remembers that one more hit is coming, and she should still try to go faster.
Well, she is hanging on to that.
I don't know if you noticed that shot we just got of Ella with the shoes she's got on. She's rolling those ankles in just a little. They look to be running shoes, and those ankles just rolling in as she's taking that turn with the sandbag.
That's what Gabby talked about earlier. She wants that stability in her shoe. She does.
Emily Rethwell, a crucial no rep with the sandbag. It is now time to get started for Ella Wilkinson for the final run. Vortham and Mo won't be far away from finishing. And with that no rep to Emily Rethwell, will she be able to hold out on the final 800 meters?
if people watching have never done sandbag carries like this, the amount of pressure on your lungs and on your guts with that sandbag pushing in as you're hugging it makes it way harder to breathe. And they're already having a tough time breathing, and now they have that extra weight in the front of their body.
After 34 minutes of work.
Right, right. They want to be done, and now they're just squishing themselves.
Vore, nearly done. Wow, Emily Rethwell getting no rep once again. That is opening the door for Vortham and Mo, and very hunched over. Vortham and Mo leaving, and now
Feels like maybe she's struggling with a cramp.
maybe a little that, I think that midline stability and the pressure of that sandbag on her lower back may be causing her a few muscular issues. Hannah Black is finished, as is Uda Ludwigvam. This will be a good run between Hannah Black and Uda Ludwigvam. Ella Wilkinson. Pure focus.
This is a good example of when no reps are not created equal. Those 2 no reps for Rethwell have now put her back substantially behind the rest of the ladies she was running with near the top.
Comfortable from Wilkinson, about to head back in where we're situated. Hannah Black jumping ahead of Uda Ludwigvam. And Vortham and Mo not looking great on this final run. Hannah Black pushing hard. And that paint face you spoke about, Gabby, Vore has got that ear to ear. Not looking comfortable at all.
Not looking comfortable at all. I'm wondering if she's having some kind of muscular issue, maybe some cramping, because Hannah Black is really catching her up.
Ella Wilkinson, your leader. Crowd appreciating the efforts of Ella Wilkinson. 3 minutes down on this run so far. And the UK flags are flying proudly. And Wilkinson, 36-30. What a great result. And she's probably run about 30 meters too far, just to be sure.
That was a heck of a performance. Even trying to nitpick her on places she could have gone faster would be challenging. She really didn't have any hurdles that held her back at all. In fact, every round she continued to increase her lead on the pack, which is quite challenging when you have all these different implements in play between the runs.
Hannah Black. There's about a 20-meter difference between Vortham and Mo and Hannah Black. And I don't think there'll be enough distance or enough time to get it done.
Unless she's gonna go for it right now. And she might chance.
We might have to wait till they come inside Bella Arena, which won't be too far from now. There's Rethwell. As you mentioned, Seth, a massive hits on those no reps.
This gap between Ella and the rest of the pack, it's kind of a dangerous situation for all these ladies because there is a lot of room for people to come in between Ella and everybody else, even if they don't beat Ella's time. So there's a lot of opportunity for the top heat to come in and beat the majority of this first heat.
Vore with too much of a lead and will be rolling straight into lane number 7, whereas Hannah Black will be going all the way down to lane 11. So Vore will be next to finish. 38-13. And I think she's emptied the tank. Hannah Black, this is a great result. Great composure. 38-26. And Uda Ludwigvam not too far behind either. Only 3 seconds. Still 11 and a half minutes left on our time cap.
An interesting thing about workouts like this is how much energy is used to complete something that's 30, 40, 50 minutes for some, and how that's going to impact the rest of the weekend for these ladies. Whereas other workouts can be super short, like we have a lift to come where they're only going to lift 4 to 5 times in 8 minutes and get the same value and points to them. So even these tests are not created equal with how much energy they're going to have to use or conserve for the remainder of the weekend.
Janie Chevrolet coming in. And Emily Rethwell finally making her way in. And then sprinting down the floor, Lena Karathala. Gets finished up, and Emily Rethwell has taken a massive hit. Casemon jumps ahead of Rethwell as well. Those no reps, they're going to be crucial.
We talked about that gap between Ella and the rest of the pack. Ella won this heat by over 90 seconds. That is a substantial amount of time to have between the top finisher and the rest of the field.
Fisagafi finishing in exactly the same time as Guy Melheros in heat number 2 of the Pro Men. Just over 40-minute mark. And we were speaking about it earlier with the Pro Men and Will Morad setting that time cap a little bit further away so everyone has to complete all the work over the weekend. Same fatigue levels. Vivian Marie Christian. Norcha Blaker. Danny Spiegel heading out for their final runs.
Still plenty of time to the cap, like you said. Everyone is going to have to finish this, you would think.
Maribel Gallardo with that yellow hat at the top of your screen in lane number 1. But yes, Seth, going back to all no reps are not created equal. This is a tough no rep.
Going back to pain faces, we're seeing a real good one right there.
And the fatigue levels, and you mentioned it as well, how much fatigue and pressure is on your body holding this position with a sandbag. The word miserable comes to mind. If anyone's done a carry like this, it's not comfortable.
Not at all.
With any implement, it's not comfortable.
She's clearly dealing with something in her hip.
And the benefit for Ella Wilkinson is she's got way more recovery time ahead of anyone else.
It's very true. However, something this long with this kind of intensity and demand can certainly play a major impact in the event to come later tonight with that snatch. So we have numbers that we expect athletes to hit because they've hit them in the past, but we don't know how well they'll recover from a 40-minute effort. That's going to be quite a challenge in itself to get yourself up and ready. I mean, lifting under the lights is a nice adrenaline dump, but is your body really going to be prepared to hit your true max?
Yeah, and it's not only about physical recovery, but also for the 1 rep max snatch kind of event, you need to be sharp. Your nervous system needs to be ready.
Roger Blaker, Danny Spiegel, as Amanda Fisher comes back into Bella Arena. Crowd appreciate Amanda's efforts. And Amanda appreciating the support from the crowd. Amanda Fisher, one of our final backfill athletes to come into competition. Amanda Fisher all the way down in lane 15.
There's a dead giveaway on the floor that we're dealing with elite athletes. They just finish a 40-minute workout and they say, time to recover. I'm going to get back on the bike. Where most people are just laying on their backs for 20 minutes. They're like, oh, I'll get on the bike and move, or ski and move. That's the level of athlete we're dealing with here. Always feel better moving.
Janie Chevrolet doing just that and getting something straight into her body. And we spoke about that with Kat when she was in here for heat number 1 of the men. She would go to town immediately and have something, have some nutrition ready to go, have some protein, get something into her body immediately after finishing. Norcha Blaker. And smiling all the way home. Danny Spiegel is in. And Maribel Gallardo looking a bit freer now that she's started to move a little bit.
She actually looks quite composed for a longer running event, which has never been Danny's strength. She's traditionally been near the bottom in all running events, but she probably played this the way she needed to conserve that energy for a bigger score later.
Oh, tonight's got to be the night for Danny Spiegel. Maribel Gallardo moving a lot better than when she left. All of our ladies will get finished under 46 minutes. And done. 45.51. Gallardo. As we get finished up. But Ella Wilkinson, what a performance. Happy with her efforts.
Yeah, we saw these ladies come off to a fast start on the bike, and those that were most confident decided to push the run. Ella, right out of the gate, knew she was going to lead the pack and maintain that lead from the very beginning. That relief of dropping the vest right into the step-ups. We talked about the efficiency here, just that quick toe tap and then switching directions. Played it safe on the row so she could have a very strong finish, setting the tone for the second heat, who's going to try to chase down her time.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Heat number 1 of our pro women in the books, and Ella Wilkinson. What a performance. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
She is indeed. Ella, you were out on your own for a good portion of that workout without the external stimulus of other athletes around you. How are you pushing pace knowing there's still a heat to come?
I feel like I know that a lot of the fast girls are in that top heat today, so I just knew to kind of go off of my own paces and believe in my own running sort of strength to just keep that pace. And I used the girls behind to kind of gauge a pace, but then I also had the next heat in mind as well, so I kind of got a good balance.
What did that sandbag do to the final run?
It was my back. It's just lower back, so it's just managing that. But again, just like believing in getting my breath back in the first like 200 and then pushing the strides from there. I found that useful for like each one.
Now, you come into day number 2, you're on the cut line for a pro card. Where else over the course of the weekend are you going to claw some much-needed points and climb up that table?
I was hoping the parallel handstand push-up one would have gone a little bit better yesterday, but you live and learn. Like, not every event you think is going to go well is going to go well. But there's a few that I'm looking forward to. The handstand obstacle one will be a fun one, and the rest of them are quite heavy. So for me, it's just giving 100% each event and hoping that it'll be enough.
You and Jen Muir have become a little bit of a double act. You went to the High Rocks World Championships together as a pair. She's about to take to the floor. What advice have you got for her?
Run fast, hun.
It's great to see you out there. You crushed it. Great job.
Run fast, hun. Okay, that's how you do it. And the first heat of our pro women done. Seth Page, you like what you see?
Yeah, I think she just summed it up for you. If you're not willing to run fast, run hard, and do it over and over again, you will fall behind. You'll get past. And you really can't make up as much time as you'd think on some of the other implements. You have to have that run pace be the first and foremost of your focus, and then everything else is about efficiency, not even about real speed or power. Just being super efficient so that you can pick up the run pace right away out of the gate and maintain that. And that's how Ella got her heat victory, holding those paces, actually building the pace and building her lead across this longer workout, and then having enough in the tank to sprint to the finish. So very impressive. I'm sure the next heat took notes for how Ella approached this, and they will be copying her and using her time as a gauge to try to do better.
Mate, I have absolutely no doubts. Thank you so much for jumping in. We'll get back to you shortly when we get to the OTP live desk with Derek, Kat, and Annie as well. So we look forward to you breaking down the other three heats, the two males and the other female heat. We're going to get Emma McQuaid into commentary very shortly for our second heat of our women. So thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks, guys. Been my pleasure.
Heat 1 done. Heat 2 coming up very shortly. Bella Arena. The stage is set for our second of our pro women's heats. It has been a great performance from Ella Wilkinson. Very fortunate to have my old bestie, Emma McQuaid, joining us. It's a long way from the Gold Coast, is it not?
It's a wee bit colder here for sure.
Isn't it what? Emma, injury has plagued your season so far. We're looking forward to 2026, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get healthy again, and yeah, we'll see how it goes for 2026.
Not too far away from getting started. You must be happy that Ella Wilkinson, part of the UK tribe, getting that heat win.
Yeah, we just have to get another UK hit here in this next one with Lucy. And
let's talk about Lucy quickly before the athletes come in. Great start for her yesterday.
Yeah, like I think we all knew the swim was going to be amazing for her. I think we're hopefully going to see a repeat here in this event as well.
Heat number 2, making their way to the tunnel to make their way onto Bella Arena. This is Project 1, our third workouts, our second day of competition, as we welcome our second heat onto the competition floor.
Annika Greer, Prince Edward Island, Canada.
Emily Rolfe, Vancouver, BC, Canada. Olivia Kerstetter, Kansas City, United States.
Sydney Wells, Nashville, United States. Laura Horvat, Budapest, Hungary. Emma Lawson, Ontario, Canada. Ariel Owen, Texas, United States. Amy Pringle, Worcester, United Kingdom. Lucy Campbell, Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Emma Karl, Ängelholm, Sweden.
Brooke Wells, Nashville, United States. Andreas Solberg, Osterøy, Norway. Jennifer Muir, Glasgow, Scotland.
Sydney McAlishan, Winnipeg, Canada.
Lydia Fish, Wisconsin, United States.
Our second pro women's heat onto the competition floor, our lane assignments. And it is going to be a great contest over the next 50 minutes. Great performance yesterday from Lucy Campbell in the pool. And our overall leader, Amy Kringle, is one to watch. And the one who has won both of the running workouts at Tour Stop 1 and 2 for the World Fitness Projects. And performance that I can just not fathom. The fastest swimmer over 500 metres for male and female yesterday was Lucy Campbell. First, and 23rd. But the overall leaderboard is where things are happening. Amy Kringle leading that. Ariel Lowen sitting at the top as well. And pro cards on the line. Just asking for directions. Which way do we go? That way.
Stand by. Go.
Underway for our second of 2 pro women's heats. This is Project 1, and it is our third workout of the competition and the first for our pro women on day number 2.
The first part is with weighted vest, and athletes will do 50 calorie on the bike, 800 meter run, 120 meter dumbbell farmer carry, 800 meter run, 50 calorie ski, 800 meter run. They're gonna drop the vest and do 60 sandbag stepovers, 800 meter run, 50 calorie row, 800 meter run, 120 sandbag barehug carry, and finish with 800 meter run. And time cap for the workouts is 50 minutes.
So, Emma McQuaid, we have missed you this year. So we look forward to 2026. How's recovery looking so far?
Yeah, really good. I'm 3 weeks out of cast now, and I've got a good sort of 60% range in my wrist. So I think we're right on target to hopefully be back having a barbell in my hands come mid-January. So that's nice.
The smile on your face seems to me that excites you a fair bit.
Yeah, it's been one full year from I've touched the barbell, so I can't wait.
And once Will Morad announced all the programming for the World Fitness Finals and you saw Project 1, what were your initial thoughts?
I think this is a great workout. For me personally, like a lot of my programming, the same as Lucy Campbell's, we would do a lot of leg endurance, like crazy leg volume, more so body weight. So these type of workouts suits me better than just an outright 5 kilometer run or just single modality. The mix of the bike, the step ups really plays into my favor.
Amy Kringle, no surprise to see her running hot. And with the 2 different versions, the weighted vest version and the unweighted version, how do you think that's going to play out over the next 50 minutes?
I think like everyone will kind of semi-pace the first part with the vest. I think the workout starts when they get to the step-ups. I think that's going to show the true grit once they get there, who can just keep going the whole time, get back into that run and get into that pace as fast as possible.
We have seen that over the last 3 heats, the 2 of the pro men and the first of the pro women. But Amy Kringle getting started early, and the last thing you want to be doing, especially in a running workout, is give Amy Kringle any sort of lead.
No, you need to keep her in your sights the whole time.
Adventure ready gear for those who challenge what's possible. 511 to scan the QR code on your screen. Amy Kringle getting to work some great shots of just how big Bella Arena is here in Copenhagen. Your top 3, Kringle, Campbell, Horvath, and a good bunch of our women in that 4th position. And the benefit of having the big turnarounds, seeing exactly where your competitors are. If we go back to workout 2 last night, we saw Emma Tall, Lucy Campbell, Laura Horvath take a massive hit on the results as they shook out yesterday.
The thing is with that, they, I think, going to do very similar in this workout as well. So it's not going to be a lot of separation between them. So it's going to be very hard to like lose the athlete you are chasing or who is chasing you.
In the Copenhagen overall leaderboard, Amy Kringle leading ahead of Ariel Lowen and Emma Lawson. Emma Tall in 4th, Lucy Campbell in 5th, Laura Horvath in 7th position. Now, Laura Horvath, that vest is very loose and moving around. And we spoke about friction earlier, and you're not a big fan of that.
I found it annoying when the vest is hitting my chest too much when I run. Like sometimes when I make that mistake and make it too loose, then I have to hold it with my arms, which interfere with the running technique later on.
Lydia Fish, Sydney Mikulishin. Ma'am, are you a tight vest or are you a loose vest type of athlete?
I kind of have it like in between. I don't like it too loose and I don't like it too tight. But Laura's does seem pretty loose for me, for sure.
Big lead.
Oh, Amy's...
the crowd telling Amy Kringle where to go.
That lost a few seconds.
And 15 seconds ahead of Ella Wilkinson's split time. So a fast start. Lucy Campbell and Laura Horvath, there's a mistake, running past your lane. So 2 mistakes, one from Kringle, one from Horvath.
But in such a long workout like that, I don't think they're going to affect the overall time too much.
And Laura Horvath holding the dumbbells at the top section. Amy Kringle at the bottom of your screen, holding them at the back. Seeing different variations from our athletes right across our 4 heats of our pro men and women. Kringle about to finish her farmer's carry. Only 2 lengths to go. She'll be back out on that run. Now, knowing you've just got ahead, be ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time, and you will take out our 3rd workout of the competition. It is called Project 1. Now, Lucy Campbell's been doing a fair bit of training with you, Emma McQuaid.
Unfortunately not with me, but yes, she has been using my gym quite a bit. Obviously, I've got just all the games type equipment, so she's been coming over using the facility and has been great, obviously, having her in the gym. Hopefully next year it'll be the same and I'll be able to train alongside her and maybe hang tight.
35 seconds. Amy Kringle back to the time from Ella Wilkinson. And that's got to be exciting for you as well, I'm sure, having someone of the caliber of Lucy Campbell to train with.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's always amazing having different athletes come over and train, and just seeing their style as well is quite nice. And Lucy has just such a great mindset, and it shows she's so successful.
It's been this great trajectory, recovering from that injury and just shooting upwards.
Yeah.
And the last 18 months for Lucy Campbell has been phenomenal. I can't wait to see what 2026 brings.
Yeah, I think she's just kind of like getting her foot in the water here, finding where she's at, and I think she's just going to keep getting better and better.
And the 4th member of our team, Lauren Smith, standing by on the competition floor.
Thanks, Jeremy. I have been in the coach's box chatting to Amy Kringle's team. Her training partner, Will Kane, saw me coming and just went, she's going to win this. They've been testing it in training. She's hit around a 34-minute mark for this. And you know what it's like, competition day, the adrenaline kicks in. This girl is nigh on unstoppable at the moment.
Lauren, that she is 35 seconds ahead of that time from Ella Wilkinson, but she is only about 5 seconds ahead of Lucy Campbell and 10 seconds ahead of Laura Horvath. This one is going to be a lot tighter than we think. The separation between 1, 2, and 3 is evident, and the coaches lining the inside arena of the Bella Convention Centre here in Copenhagen. Now, are you a chase type athlete or are you a lead from the front type athlete?
I quite like to chase. I don't like being out of front just in case like you maybe blow up or something. I kind of like to sit in the middle and then hopefully try and pick off towards the end. I think if you're in Amy's situation, if I could run like her, I'd probably love to lead from the front.
Andrea Solberg making her way back as we hit the 10-minute mark. And choice of shoe, we've been speaking about it over the last couple of heats with different people. Your choice of shoe, is it a running shoe or is it a stability shoe?
I think for the step overs, I'm sure each one of these athletes will have it tested by now. You just want to make sure you're comfortable in that step over, especially with that weight. You don't want to roll your ankle, so it's kind of what's comfortable for you.
Amy Kringle coming back in. This is workout 3. It is called Project 1.
The first part of the workout is done in a weighted vest. Athletes gonna do 50-calorie bike, 800-meter run, 120 dumbbell farmer carry, 800-meter run, 50-calorie ski, 800-meter run. They're gonna drop the vest and do 60 sandbag step overs, 800-meter run, 50 calories row, 800-meter run, 120 sandbag bear hug carry, 800-meter run, and the time cap for the workout is 50 minutes.
They are getting to the pointy end of the first half. The ski, 50 calories before they come to the final run, and it's got to be a massive relief for all these women on the floor once they dispense with the weighted vest.
For sure.
Ariel Lowen coming into position. Amy Kringle, Lucy Campbell, Laura Horvath, your 1, 2, and 3. It has remained that way from the start. And just under 1,100 calories per hour. And that is some good going from Amy Kringle. I've got a question for both of you ladies. Knowing that you've got this weighted vest on, do you pace this a little bit faster to get rid of the weighted vest quicker to then settle into a decent pace for the back end without the weighted vest? Or is it a little bit slower, knowing that you might have something a little bit extra for the back end?
I mean, I would look at this workout personally that weighted vest make it it's a bit more advantage for me, just because it's kind of slowing down the smaller athletes, which are really good at running. So I would double down on that part of the workout, but also it's a really long workout, so you don't want to waste all that energy on the first part of it.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as what Gabby said. For me, like, my bike pace is my bike pace, the same as the ski. For me, I know I would be making a step up on the second part. You know, obviously ditching the vest is my advantage, as Gabby said. Like Laura and stuff is going to take an advantage here now when the vest is on against the smaller girls. So as soon as that vest comes off, she knows the smaller girls are going to go harder.
And here we go. The change I was expecting to come a little bit earlier, but it's finally come. Lucy Campbell jumping ahead of Amy Kringle. And if you're beating Amy Kringle in a running workout, you're doing pretty well. Laura Horvath still maintaining that third position. And I don't think Laura's going to be on the warpath to try and catch Amy or Lucy. She's just going to be sitting comfortably in third, giving herself enough of a buffer to fourth position.
Yeah, she's got a nice buffer here over Emma, for sure.
Emma Lawson leaves Bella Arena.
And I think Emma Lawson is waiting for the moment when she's going to be able to drop the vest. I think we're going to see some pacing change in her running.
Emily Rolfe in fifth position. I've got no doubts we're going to see a very improved running performance from Amy Kringle. She can just keep Lucy within a couple of meters.
Yeah, she's close now.
I think she's going to do fine once that vest does come off. Laura Horvath to the right of your screen, right, coming through into the second section of the Bella Arena. Emma Tall, Olivia Kerstedt, Ariel Lowen on the left side of your screen. Olivia Kerstedt, good position. And I'll talk about meters. There's probably a meter between 1 and 2. Lucy Campbell back to Amy Kringle.
And they are right next to each other on the lane, so they pretty much gonna run the same distance here.
Laura at the turnaround points. And I think Amy's doing a good job here of not overtaking, just sitting pretty and being able to recover a little bit. Because all she's got to do is beat Lucy Campbell to the finish.
Yeah.
Ahead of split times of Ella Wilkinson. So just for comparison, the time that Emma Lawson is currently doing. Emma's there on screen now to the right of your screen. She is right on Ella Wilkinson's pace. To everyone faster than that is obviously going to come through at a faster time. Short little steps for Emma Lawson. Emily Rolfe just behind her, striding out a little bit more. Excuse my ignorance. Bigger strides, smaller strides, what's easier?
I think, obviously what we're seeing is Emma Lawson is one of the smaller athletes in the field. So she's obviously shortened her stride with the weighted vest, where Emily, the vest probably isn't affecting her as much, so she's able to keep her normal cadence. So I think we'll see Emma Lawson stride out a little bit more once that vest is dropped.
Lucy Campbell just ahead of Amy Kringle. The straps are already coming off the weighted vest. They can't wait to get this off. But Gabby, as you mentioned, Lucy having to go down one extra lane, so they will be coming in at relatively the same time. And unweighted, and then immediately go into a weighted movement.
Dream. At least they can breathe better.
40 seconds ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time. This is going to be quick. And we have noted across the 4 heats so far, the amount of time athletes are spending on the floor is relative to how they are finishing this workout. Joachim Carl Goodmanson spending a little bit of extra time on the floor in our men's division. Emma Lawson, 30 seconds behind Ella Wilkinson's time, and going to have to get moving. Ella Wilkinson running very efficiently. And what does it do to your nervous system and your brain when you just get rid of that vest, then we're throwing a sandbag and loading posteriorly and going over this box?
Yeah, I think a lot of the girls were saying backstage their backs were on fire from last night, so I definitely don't think this workout's going to help too much. But it is a nice relief just getting that weighted vest, even so just off your chest, I think. But I bet they cannot wait to get rid of this sandbag altogether and get back on that next run.
But this is what Ella said on the interview, that she actually felt her back the most in this workout. So probably it's going to be the same for the ladies here.
Maribel Gallardo from Heat 1 of our pro women, really feeling it through her hip as well. And Lucy looking pretty comfortable getting over that box and keeping that chest position very high, whereas Amy's got that hinged position.
Yeah, that's going to hurt probably those last 20 reps. And even going into that next run as well, just having that extra pressure she has in that lower back, where Lucy's technique is really, really efficient, keeping that chest up and limiting the pressure on her lower back.
Laura Horvath doing the same with that upright torso, as is Emma Lawson and Ariel Lowen. The Amy just hinging a lot more than Lucy Campbell. And Lucy, this is the chance for Lucy Campbell to start to pull ahead. Minutes and 18 seconds ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time. The final rep for Amy Kringle. All right, what's your mindset? You're Amy Kringle. Do you go on the chase? Do you sit behind knowing you are well ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time and you'll take a second in the workout? Or do you go for it, try and get that #1 spot?
I would say Amy is probably going to gauge it now on that turnover. On the cross, as they cross on the run. I would say she'll gauge it if she's within 10 seconds. I would say on the last run, she's probably going to empty the tank. But it's going to be an interesting one. I think she'll use this one as a recovery, just based on those step overs.
Horvath still ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time by about 30 seconds. And Emma Lawson will be ahead as well. Emily Rolfe about to finish up. She might be spot on that same time as Ella Wilkinson. And to stop #2, we did see that T-shirt from Lucy Campbell find a way. You've got to do it, don't you? You've just got to be able to find something.
Oh yeah, for Lucy, like she is the definition of that this year. Like she found a way back. I think obviously most people know her story. You know, all the surgeons said she was basically done. Like there was nothing she could do. So she never gave up, and she found a way back onto that floor and onto the podiums.
It's a little bit of stubbornness as well. Don't tell me I can't compete.
I think most of us have that little bit of stubbornness in us.
But a remarkable comeback. And she's obviously had to do so much work to put herself in a position.
I think sometimes injuries as well, like, help you as well. You know, in a way, she's able to hone in on some of her weaknesses. And now they're all showing that all the work she's done through her wrist rehab are not weaknesses no more.
Lucy Campbell ploughing ahead. Amy Kringle. And spot on Emma McQuaid. She is using this as a little bit of recovery. And looks fairly fatigued, but running fairly upright, which is going to be handy. Now full tilt sprint. Who do you back? Do you back Lucy or Amy?
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Well, Lucy Campbell coming back inside Bella Arena. Let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. So I caught up with Lucy Campbell at her meet and greet this morning, where she was interacting with spectators and sharing her T-shirts. Look, she hasn't really had that many bad workouts across the tall stops, but the two ones that weren't so great were the two max lifts. So she knows she needs to maximize points on this. I mean, coming up over the course of the weekend, we've got a 1-rep max snatch, we've got heavy cleans, relatively heavy thrusters over the next couple of days. None of that's really going to play into her wheelhouse. So this is where she really needs to crack that whip.
Kringle back in, but Campbell well in control. This is a good opportunity for Campbell. Knowing she's so far ahead of Ella Wilkinson and now ahead of Amy Kringle, use this as a little bit of recovery. And being in the lane next door, as you mentioned, Gabby, the opportunity just to have a little bit of a peek over and see what's happening with your competitors.
And she gained quite a big advantage over her, like 8 calories.
Yeah, it's about 30 seconds in between 1v2. Lucy Campbell back to Amy Kringle. Laura Horvath coming back in. And Emma Lawson making up a lot of grounds. Interesting elbow position for Lucy Campbell and Amy Kringle. Lucy with those elbows in tight. Amy going a little bit wider. All 4 ladies, Lucy Campbell, Amy Kringle, Emma Lawson, Laura Horvath ahead of Ella Wilkinson's time. Emily Rolfe sitting in 5th, just behind. It is going to come down to the final run. We know how quick Ella Wilkinson's time was for that final run. About 3 minutes and 12 seconds for that final 800 metres. The second last run, I'm not too far away for Lucy Campbell once she gets done with the 50 calories. And just a quick look over, see what Amy's doing. Seems like Amy's got a little bit more on that chain than Lucy Campbell. I love the sneaky looks.
They're both keeping a close eye on each other.
No hand in the air yet for Amy Kringle, so Lucy Campbell will enjoy a little bit of breathing space. Two more 800-metre runs to come and a 400-foot or 122-metre sandbag bear hug carry. And if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say that Amy's probably going to settle for second.
Yeah, I think 30 seconds is a big gap now to pull on that run.
Yeah, if I were Amy in this position, I think I would focus on trying to stay in the second position and securing that spot and making sure that no one's going to catch me.
Ella Wilkinson getting off the rower at 27.47. Horvath has got to get moving. I fully agree, Gabby. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze for Amy Kringle to empty the tank here. Yeah, you'll take a few points hit on the leaderboard. But on the Copenhagen leaderboard right now, you are enjoying a 4-point lead over Ariel Lowen. Run me through that pivot. We've seen it from the gentleman as well.
Yeah, so that's like a triathlon thing. So it is. So obviously, one of Lucy's older coaches was a triathlon coach. So I'm sure that's where she's learnt that from.
Wouldn't it just be easy just to?
I think sometimes like you obviously you've got like the fear of like slipping or sliding or rolling your ankle, and I think it's just like a little bit more of like a 1-2 step
controlled dance move.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't ever done it.
A little pirouette.
Looks so cool as well.
Yeah. If you do it right.
Yeah, exactly. Andrea Solberg will be next off the rower. Lucy Campbell well in control. Still 21 minutes to time cap. This has been impressive. And Amy, with the benefit of seeing exactly where Laura Horvath is. Emma Lawson in the box seat.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses.
Lucy Campbell makes her way back into Bella Arena. This is going to be a great time from Lucy Campbell. Adding to her collection of first place finishes, she already has 2. Lydia Kerstetter making her way out, as is Lydia Fish. Amy Kringle on the way in. There is your mindset. Finish as fast as I can so I can start recovering faster, or do you ease off knowing that your back may take a little bit of a strain on this sandbag carry?
I think you just want to get it done, less time under tension, really. I think if you start slowing down, it actually feels worse.
I'm sure, Gabby, this would be right in your wheelhouse.
It's so hard to watch, like, seriously.
FOMO.
But the ladies are setting a really strong pace, so I'm very impressed.
Lucy with 3 lengths remaining. One thing I've noticed about Lucy Campbell over the last 12 months is her composure. She gets in, whatever the workout is, her composure is just perfect every single time. Lucy Campbell making her way out to her final 800-meter run. Ella Wilkinson just over that 3 minutes. Amy Kringle, I'm sure, will just be happy to settle for second. I'm not sure if Emma Lawson has now overtaken Laura Horvath. We talk about lower back injuries, Emma Lawson having one of those and just leaning back a little bit more to take the pressure off. So Amy Kringle heads back out now. 40-second lead for Lucy Campbell over Amy Kringle. Lawson ahead now of Laura Horvath. And that second last run from Emma Lawson really setting herself up. Emma Lawson into third now. This is going to be a great battle with these two, and I don't think Laura's going to let her get away.
Laura's looking strong in that run.
She does, doesn't she? Lucy Campbell with all the time in the world. .36.35 our time to beat. Apologies, 36:31 our official time. But Lucy Campbell is going to demolish that time.
You're just double checking if she's going to beat that time from that first hit.
She could stop for a minute and still beat it. Amy Kringle with the benefit of seeing where the runners are coming. And Horvath overtaking Emily Rolfe. Emma Lawson still maintaining that third position. Lucy Campbell's final run. About to come back inside the arena as 3 minutes tick by. But enough of a buffer. Oh, Lucy Campbell. What a first day and a half Lucy Campbell has had. 2 first place finishes in the pool yesterday. Taking a bit of a hit last night in 23rd. But come on, yeah. I'm collecting first place finishes. 35:11 unofficial time for Lucy Campbell. How can you not be impressed with that? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think if you're beating Emily Rolfe and Amy Kringle in a running workout,
you're doing extremely
you're doing very well.
And not by 2 seconds, but like
40
seconds.
Amy Kringle. $35.43. Amy Kringle, the top of the leaderboard, will maintain first position on the Copenhagen leaderboard. And Emma Lawson, what a second half she has had in Project 1. 36-1 for Emma Lawson. And Emily Rolfe jumping back ahead of Laura Horvath. Horvath still ahead of Ella Wilkinson, so your top 5 will be finishing ahead. So Ella Wilkinson will get a 6th place finish overall. $38.15 for Thurman Moe from our first heats. Andrea Solberg will finish 7th fastest overall. Solberg in 37.08, and Sydney Wells at running proficiency. It's done. Emma Tall coming back in. Great job from Emma Tall. $38.15 that time from Vortham and Moe. Nerissa Lowen will finish under that, as has Jen Muir. And a Black's time has passed as well. 38.25 as Annika Greer heads out. Lydia Fish comes back into the arena. And no doubt the Fish heads are celebrating. Still 11 minutes on our time cap, which will ensure every athlete gets the work done. Brooke Wells is back in. And the Wells sister battle will be 2 apiece now. Brooke with a workout to finish in that first place last night here in Bella Arena. Kerstetter back in next.
And we still have Annika.
Annika and Sydney Mikulishin still out on the run course on their final 800-meter run. Lactate levels. What does that something like this do post workout? You're talking like Lucy's finished almost 5 minutes ago. When does the lactate start to build?
A workout like this is not going to be too bad, you know, because it's longer and a little bit slower. Obviously they're going to have some muscular fatigue and stuff, but I'd find like a shorter workout, the lactate's going to be a lot worse and stay in the system for longer. So we have Lucy a massage booked here, 3, so she'll be good to go.
Mikulishin back in, and Annika Greer is our final female athletes to come back in. Will be well under that time cap. Mikulishin having to run all the way down to lane 14. A good finish for Sydney. Annika about to come through the Red Bull tunnel. Annika Greer with the benefit of being in lane number 1. She's going to have a shorter run. And of all of our pro women in heat number 2 will be finishing under 42 minutes. Annika Greer done at 41.55.
And that makes it for your winner,
Lucy Campbell. 3 workout wins already. The battle started 40-odd minutes ago. It was always going to be the Lucy Campbell and Amy Kringle battle. Kringle out to an early lead. And it wasn't until the ski that Lucy found a way once again. Lucy Campbell, great finish once again.
This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Project 1, our third workout of our second day of competition, all complete now. Let's head down to the competition floor with Lauren Smith.
Lucy, you knew you needed to maximize points in that workout, but intention and execution, they're very different things. Mentally, how did you get yourself in a place to come onto the floor and completely crush that?
Being totally honest, I was not in the mood this morning, but I also knew that with tonight, as you say, I needed to maximize every point, and I think you know, when the pressure comes on like that, I'm usually pretty good at doing what I needed to do and going into that place and making sure that I put myself in a pain cave at the right point. So I'm very pleased that I did that.
Yourself and Amy Kringle, you were battling against each other long before the international stage. That familiarity, does that help out on course?
Yeah, I mean, Amy and I are quite good at similar things, although there's probably more that I would say that she's better at than me at this point in time, as per last night. But, you know, I think knowing in that situation who's going to be out front, and I think that's the main thing, is like knowing where to go with them and where to let them lead.
You do always manage to find a way. How do you attack the upcoming workouts, especially with your wrists that perhaps aren't in your wheelhouse?
You know, I think just finding the small wins in each one. I know that my numbers tonight won't be up there with, you know, the top girls, and they're not back where they were pre-injury yet. But if I can hit the heaviest lift that I've hit in the last 3 years on the floor tonight, I'll be very happy with that.
And we, the crowd, will go wild when that happens. Great job out there.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Lauren. And Emma, is that something that you're looking forward to, exactly what Lucy said, going back to the pre-injury lifts and the things you were able to hit on those targets?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, even there just on Tuesday, I got to train with Rebecca Vidison, and I did my first rope climb, and I was, like, so happy. So I know exactly where Lucy's coming from. If you can just get those small wins each time you go onto the floor or into the gym, it's going to be a big success.
And Gabby, impressed what you've seen so far over the past day and a half?
Yeah, I'm so impressed by all those ladies. I mean, especially Lucy, because of my personal comeback from tough injury, seeing her succeeding and being back in the sport on the highest level, it's great motivation.
Does it give you a little bit of hope too?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's all we've got for Project 3, which is our third workout of the World Fitness Finals here at the World Fitness Project. The final tour stop. Emma McQuaid, thank you so much for dropping by. We wish you all the very best with recovery, and we look forward to seeing you on the floor in 2026.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, pleasure. We'll be here all weekend, so you can come down anytime. Our next workout coming up will be our 1 rep max snatch for every division hitting the competition floor here in Bella Arena. We can't wait to get that started. We'll be back here very soon. On behalf of the entire team here, Lauren Smith, Emma McQuaid, Gabby McGower, I'm Jeremy Austin. We'll see you soon.
I like compete. We can make more money.
I didn't think, to be honest, that would come with me at that pace, but I did, so.
I felt comfortable giving that dose, especially to the best in the world.
Comes down to literally just you, me, who gets to the finish line first gets the overall crown.
Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Trueform Runner, the original and still the best, most effective running tool ever created. Trueform changed the game forever. Challenge your skill, challenge your strength, improve your run. Don't settle for less. Demand the best from yourself and your training. American made. Trueform Runner, engineered for human performance.